to the APL Challenger Series here, the official Tier 2 circuit in Rainbow Six for the APL. I'm Dev, and joining me today, two lovely people who I have been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time with over the years. Rainbow Six OGs, that's what we got here today. Consulate, it's been a hell of a long time since I've had a broadcast with you. How have you been?
Yeah, look, it's been an interesting start to the year. Yeah, look, it's been a while since we got to work as well together. A bit of a throwback as well, but otherwise, no, yeah, it's been good. I'm excited to see how these matches will really go, because I mean, APAC North is something that I haven't personally been on in terms of broadcast for a while, but been following for quite a fair bit. And honestly, I feel like it, as a region, it's been cooking up a storm.
Yep. And of course, Vinny, I have had the pleasure of working with you quite a lot recently. How have you been? Have you been getting ready for the new season?
Yeah, just been trying to sort of keep tabs on things that have been changing. Obviously, a fair bit has changed with the come of the new season. And yeah, we're very fortunate to be able to have these opportunities and work these events.
Yeah, of course, guys, we are here into year 11 of the game, and that means another season of APL. We've had a crazy roster mania happen globally, which will really get to see the most of once the Tier 1 circuit begins. But before that happens, we have to find out which teams will be playing in the main APL region. So, of course, we've got APAC North, we've got Oceania, and we've got Asia. Unfortunately, the match that was meant to be played earlier today in Oceania, the upper bracket final, that was forfeited. But we've already had all of the 4 teams through the Challenger Series qualify into the OS Blastar 6 main league. We've already had the 3 teams through the Challenger Series qualify for Asia, which really just leaves us here with APAC North. This is the main region that is kind of going to be relevant to the Challenger Series over this weekend. And that starts today with our first matchup today, which, well, maybe we can have a look at the bracket and it can kind of contextualize how the whole week has gone so far, because this Challenger Series here in APL has actually already played out yesterday and the day before into the Challenger Series playoffs. And as you look at the bracket here, that upper bracket final, XE36 versus Vite, that's the game we're going to be casting here first up today. But Cthulhu, any other notable teams or notable matches that you've seen throughout the bracket so far?
Look, I mean, I'd say the one that originally piqued my interest before I got to see the bracket actually play through was Father's Bag, sort of trying to get their foot back into the overall Japanese, or rather, well, at this point, APAC North scene as well, but albeit for them it was quite a rather unfortunate turnaround. It is cool to see that Interforce 36 roster just keeps on going pretty steadily, and despite the fact that now no longer being backed by the org, it is still a very, very steady performance from them. I mean, we're looking at the run so far, 2-0 all across the board, and against a team like Vite, who, for the most of it, I mean, you look at their overall track records, for the most of them, they are relatively, well, open to the scene. I mean, a fair few of these players been back with teams like Realize or Sun Sister as well, but for the most of it, Vite has been a big introduction to the scene for them. So in the context of all of this run, for what it's worth, their performance so far has been actually pretty noteworthy.
Yeah, very much so. Vinny, any notable teams that you remember from perhaps back in the day, any ones that you'd be expecting us to keep an eye on?
I think for the most part, most of these teams seem to be relatively new, and they've put on some pretty good performances. I think, yeah, as Cthulhu said, that Father's Back match was kind of interesting. They had a pretty good Swiss stage, and then just were unable to sort of make their way through that first round in the lower bracket quarterfinals. So I think for them, they'll be very disappointed. Obviously, such a big name in the region, and haven't been able to really put the pieces together yet.
Yeah. Of course. But let's talk about the match at hand, which is Interforce 36 versus Vites. The loser will go down into that lower bracket final to verse Can You Be My Enemy. That will be for the second spot in the APAC North League. The first spot is going to be decided today at Interforce 36 and Vite. Now, we saw both of these Japanese teams have quite a pretty heavy-handed result last year. Interforce 36, I think, in particular, that made a bit of a splash, went pretty deep in some of the playoffs, but unfortunately weren't really able to go deep enough to make it to a major. Now, Cthulhu, the one that really springs to mind for me for Interforce was back at the APAC Major qualifier at the end of last year, which was held at PAX in Melbourne. They managed to qualify, but didn't have a very deep run.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an unfortunate turnaround, yeah, for Interforce. Yeah, like you've highlighted, and in their previous runs, it's been a it's a consistent performance. It's a consistent showcase from the team itself, but it's always just coming up short. The moment they get out of the local leagues, it feels like they just a step behind a lot of their competition. And I mean, you're looking at their big turnarounds previously. It is a roster that kept on consistently coming around. The top four, sort of, even in earlier, or rather in the more recent stages, top five probably is the better way, especially looking at APAC North. But yeah, it's a roster that still has quite a lot of potential, and especially going into considering that they just got technically bumped down out of the APL, or at least temporarily, now going through the Challenger Series. They, at least in my eyes, are definitely the favorites.
Yeah, Vinny, Vites, a team that we've seen play before, but with a few new players. So I'm looking at the rosters right now on my screen here. So for Vite, we've got Jade, Marcha, Asin, Machikokun. I'm going to really struggle with that one. And Lugator. None of those names are super familiar to me, except for Lugator, who we've seen in the Japanese scene before. But E36, of course, like we've talked about, a little bit more known. Got Mugi, who played on Fnatic. You got Mawu, who's played on Kinotrope in the past. Akasu, who was the main fragger on that old E36. You got Jin, who was on E36, and Yu, who seems to be a new addition as well. Do you feel like this is just going to be a pretty open and shut case, or do you think this will be a bit of a contest?
Yeah, I mean, based on the previous results and obviously the track record of E36, it's definitely Vite coming in as the underdogs. But in saying that, both of these teams have come in through both the Swiss stage and the playoffs completely undefeated. So, and are both only losing one map. So Vite, I think, aren't a team to be underestimated. And I think if E36 or ex-E36 don't show up on the day, could be a lot closer than we think.
Yeah. Cthulhu, so you've really talked a lot about XE36. Thoughts on Vite based on over the years? I mean, this team, through various rosters and various iterations, they've had their moment. I think it was, a year or two ago where Vite really came to prominence. They had a absolutely terrifying performance in the Japan League back in the day. They went pretty deep, but they were unable to actually go that next step and become a top Japan team, make it to international events. What's your opinion on the current Vite roster as they appear for the Challenger Series here?
Current Vite roster feels like, they getting quite a fair few new faces. It feels like almost similar to what, in some capacity, you could consider, the new Fury roster in SEA, where it's a pretty hefty rework of a lot of a good chunk of the roster, where you do still have, like you highlighted, Lugator, who was part of, the Sengoku, part of Donuts back in the day, as well as Fav. And then you have some of the newer names, like, for example, Matcha, who just recently joined up to the team. So it's a very heavy gamble towards the fact that Vite is looking to just bring a sort of new life into the roster, and in hopes of either having maybe the element of surprise to their performance, or maybe it's just to alleviate some of the pressure. Like Vinny highlighted as well, they are definitely being the underdogs in this whole run, and considering the matchup, and considering the implications as well, and just the overall nerves as well, still going through the bracket, because the winner of this is the one that gets confirmed for the league, whilst the other one will still need a win in the lower bracket. For them, the least pressure there is, the better it is.
Yeah, definitely don't want pressure on your shoulders in a big game like this. We've seen how that can affect teams, even at the top of their game. That pressure comes through, and you have a bad day and you're out of the tournament, you're out of qualification for the Tier 1 circuit. But, of course, we're going to have to play some maps in this BO3, so we've got a map veto ready to go for you guys as we have a final little look at the bracket. The map veto, of course, about to come through. Which maps are we expecting? Well, no point asking what you to expect. There you go, Vinny. Your job's done for you. Thoughts on Consulate, Lair, and Chalet?
Yeah, I think Lair and Chalet are definitely the non-surprising picks out of the two. They're the two most played maps across the playoffs and the Swiss stage so far. Consulate's one of those maps that can be a bit hard to gauge, especially with how it's been since the rework. Obviously, it was very attacker-sided before that. And then in more recent times, it has sort of shifted more towards the defender side. So I think side selection in that case can be quite important to their Vite are going to be starting on the defensive side. So yeah, I think they're going to be favorites at least for that first half. They need to probably get at least 3-4 rounds to make it competitive. And from their XE36, obviously have so much experience and knowledge about the other two maps. So yeah, I think the first map's going to be really important for Vite.
Yeah, let's hone in on that first map here. It sounds like, based on just general convo that we've had here, that we're kind of favoring E36, Cthulhu. Consulate is what they've picked. Do you think that they'll come out flying? Do you think that Vite will be able to get a bit of a leg up?
I think it will, well, the first few rounds will very much give us a pretty solid indication as to how comfortable Vite are on this map, considering that they didn't ban it out in the first round of the bans as well. So it definitely shows that they are at least somewhat competent, or at least somewhat keen on the map itself. I think that I'll echo the sentiment here that Vinny as well posed, that winning out the first map will be almost a win condition here for Vite, because the moment we get to, if we get to Chalet, that one I'm very much putting all of my bets on XE36.
Yeah. It's a funny trend though, Vinny. I mean, having a look back, Vites have actually played Chalet and Lair for both of their matches through the playoffs so far. So this is the first time where it's not one of those two maps. It's the first map in the veto. We haven't seen them play Consulate yet in the playoffs. What if you're a Vite fan and you're like, okay, I need something to grab onto? Is there anything to grab onto here for Vite? Do we think that they might have a serious chance against E36?
Yeah, I mean, the obvious one is that they've obviously won both of these maps in their first two playoff matches, which is obviously a good sign. It means they're comfortable playing them. It means they're very comfortable in winning rounds when they need to. And of course, one of those matches against Can You Be My Enemy was quite a stomp on both the maps, 7-1, 7-2. Respectively for Chalet and Lair. So obviously they can play these maps. XE36 have shown a few different maps across the course of the playoffs. Showing maps very early on in the playoffs can also be a tough thing, especially if XE36 have done their research and have gone back and watched those matches. They should have a pretty good idea about how Vite are going to play.
Yeah. Well, we are ready to get into it, guys. So it's time to kick things off on Consulate. It's Vite taking on XE36 here in the upper bracket final, and there's a lot on the line. The winner of this match will qualify for the APAC North League here in Blast R6 for the APL. But without further ado, Cthulhu, Vinny, please take it away.
Oh boy, alrighty. I'm keen for the Consulate to finally come through. This is, it's one of those maps that is still feeling like there is still quite a fair few extra tricks to be found, and considering that Solid Snake is still very much on the board, you know, we've been discussing off camera that, you know, he can be quite powerful in the right hands and the right rosters. The opportunities here are actually pretty big, and you've mentioned as well, Vinny, at the during the whole analyst section, that, you know, in the recent days Consulate became a little bit more defender sided. Quite possibly maybe the pick of Solid Snake, if though he manages to make it through the ban phase as well, might actually just be that right key to break through the mold, I suppose.
Yeah, I think in more recent times, roaming on Consulate has kind of gone out of meta. Obviously, the big deal is usually re-roaming, especially on that basement side. Once an attacking team has that sort of mid-floor control, it's almost impossible to deny them from getting all the angles in towards site and then getting a plant down. So it'll be interesting to see if Solid Snake is used primarily as a roam clearer early round, or even late round when you know that the defenders have to react. Is it one of those times where he might be the one that holds the flank and sort of just sits with his gadget out, makes sure none of the roamers are able to reflank and keep control of that mid-floor? Yeah.
On top of that as well, I would imagine that there's going to be more so probably in the later stages of the meta as well, where there's going to be, you know, some adjustments as well in the defense to counter the setups for the Snake gadget. But otherwise, yeah, no, I'm very much keen, because that opens up as well a lot of the lineups for the most meme-worthy lineups and the most absolutely, you know, painstaking one. You know, we're talking the whole ye old faithful, you know, the Lion, Dokkaebi, Snake Blitz, and throwing a Finka in there as well, just for the meme of it. But yeah, look, I'm very much keen. I'm very much of the opinion that Vite very much need this map as well for themselves to win, because the moment we get to Lair, yeah, look, you could still play your corners, play the choke points, and maybe we are putting quite a fair bit of faith into Force roster, but at the same time, I mean, Lair has become quite a fairly standout sort of map that has been quite liked as well within the competitive scene, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those maps that can play out pretty linearly, if I can say that, where it's like the attacks have their sort of checkpoints where it can be quite easy to sort of figure out exactly what needs to be done, and it can be very easy to cut off defenders on roams. Obviously, Solid Snake is going to be a pretty big factor in that as well now. And yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Consulate from Vite yet, so I think that could be a redeeming factor for them. It means that XE36 won't have any information on the way that they like to play that map. Considering they're defending first, I'm going to assume that XE36 picked that map. So they may be very confident in the fact that they'll be able to take it to a team that doesn't play the map this often.
Yeah, that's true. Right, so for as well as a quick heads up for everyone watching and thinking, oh, well, Dev left, thrown over to the map. What's happening? Why are these two people yapping away? That's because the slight technical issue with the lobby, but we are getting things all sorted and back up and running very, very soon. But otherwise, this is going to be quite a solid matchup. And for this one as well, I think the big talking point is obviously, once again, just the implications of the actual match itself, considering that neither of those teams are yet for the actual secured spots. So going into this, the stakes will be still very much high for each and every map.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that we see a fair bit across other regions where during the breaks there's some pretty big roster changes. And I think it's almost more important in a region like APAC North where there's so few spots on the line. Because if you're one of these two teams and you lose today and then you lose again tomorrow and you're not able to secure a spot, there's a massive chunk of time where you don't really have too much Siege to be playing. So there's a lot on the line. And if you want to be playing professional Siege at the tier 1 level, these are the kinds of moments where you really need to make it count.
Absolutely. Right off the ripper, though, looking at the bans, those kind of got breezed past us pretty quickly as well. A Ying and a Grim for the attacking side, and I believe what was the Chanka and the Goyo on the defense bans. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've expected either one of those, but they do make sense in terms of the bans, especially for the defense. The Goyo and Tachanka being out of the equation, both the utilities are extremely good, especially denying that plant on the well.
Yeah, I'm going to have to adapt in a way. In the meantime, they have all the Denari and the smokes. That's most of the denial that they will have. 1C4 also on the board, so if they're able to get these players into positions, they should be able to deny a plant, but that flame, those fire not being able to deny the plant is a massive debuff for this side of the defense.
Yeah, and looking at it all as well, in terms of just the utility, you've highlighted as well the C4. Considering that there's not much of that throwable utility bar, the two impacts and whatnot, do you reckon for Vite this would translate into a fairly one-dimensional defense, or as we can see actually from the position of Matcha, we still expecting some sort of a vertical gunplay?
Yeah, I think by default there should always be vertical gunplay on this map in particular. Very lucky there on the side of the attack, and it looks like we're going to get a fast execute anyway.
Oh Jesus, that is an absolute surprise and a half. Matcha not particularly having too much fun, but no, the plant actually did not go down and perfectly executed here. The flash grenades did not really do as much damage as was supposed to be, and it's a complete shutdown. Matcha having a phenomenal beginning right off the bat, and his position is paying absolute dividends here. So from here on, now forced to start moving around, but even then still continues to just keep on wreaking havoc. Already triple kill to come on through. C4 has been also thrown out on side of Machikokun as well. And now it's all down to the Thatcher and the Nomad. All of a sudden, XE36 hyped up by us at full capacity, but completely faltered unexpectedly, thinking that they would have been able to just rush through the whole push.
Yeah, with those denial ops off the board, with those bans, it seemed like probably the name of the game. You will find one back, either back to a 2v3. And Mal's just made his way through the admin corridor, but he will get taken out by Machikokun. Leaves Yu in the 1v3. Still one smoke babe on the board as well. That's going to go down just to deny this entry for him. And in the 3v1, they're able to hold this crossfire. We'll find one back on Machikokun.
Okay. It's at least good return on the investment here, at least for Yu. But with barely any HP, he has to make his shots count here. Swing comes around and, well, yeah, even just a single bullet was enough to finally put the end to the round. And look, White coming in swinging here. But partially, I do have to say that first round loss for XE36 would have came down to I would almost say slight hubris, considering that the position of where Macha was completely unscouted, and that presented just an absolute wide open position.
Yeah, I mean, the bans make sense now, right? Getting rid of the Tachanka and Goyo made that plant possible, but there was one position they really needed to clear out before that. He's actually exactly where Macha placed himself. And they did have the block below, so it could have been maybe a bit of a communication error. Obviously, that's why the block is down there, just to start clearing out some of these angles and not allow any of the defenders to play inside a CEO. But Execute came through just before the block was able to make an impact. And I mean, Macha had a fantastic round. He was able to find 3 from that power position and really set his team up for that win.
Yeah, looking right now at as well the lineup for the defense more so. Tubaro as well coming out, the Mozzie, we got the Pulse as well. So we're getting a pretty, I'd almost want to say a very anchor heavy lineup on the defense for Vite. So a bit of a change around in terms of the overall sort of vibe that they were bringing for the round number 1. Do you feel like for the side that they've picked, it's warranted?
Yeah, this basement site provides a lot of verticality in that pulse with the C4. They have 5 C4s on the board, so immediately that screams to me they're going to be trying to play for these vertical C4s off that pulse information. But the side of XE36, I'm going to say that wrong every single time. It looks like they're going to go for something a bit more direct with the Monty taking through the rear. And that'll really dodge most of that pressure that these C4s are able to afford. He's going to get a lot of information as well, so it'll make it really hard for this pulse to play below. Once they're able to clear out most of these back areas and that pulse's impact will be nullified, it becomes a lot easier for their teammates to start to take that mid floor, start to work the verticality back onto the side of the defenders.
Yeah, and the fact that they also bring in the Blackbeard here too for Akusu, it's going to be a pretty solid way of just frontlining quite a lot of the push as well. So I'm quite curious to see how that will be able to translate. Already half a round did pass here. We're looking at potentially just a few beginnings to the engagement. And funnily enough, well, the frontlining did not really pay as many dividends as long as you are versing against the DMI. And well, onwards from here, things might be a little bit more dicier without much of a support for Monty, it looks like.
Especially with that C4, Monty's taking on a very low HP. Much is going to find another one as well. This Pulse is getting a lot of information on where these attackers are coming from the back. Should have a relative idea that there are 2 here, and this player playing still outside the breach, the Maverick.
Oh
with
man.
Machikon getting another one. You will find one back, but Machikon will find a second, and that really does just take the Maverick completely out of the round. Mugi stuck outside the garage breach. Does find one, but a lot of ground to make up, and Machikokun will get a triple on the round.
Yeah, huge turnaround here, and once again, Vite are actually coming out swinging here, very much confident in how they're playing their game, and honestly, I mean, can't really fault them. The setups have been good, and it's more so the blame so far to be shifted on the XE36 roster, considering that whilst the lineups were there, the idea is all seeming to be correct, but problem being is at the moment it gets to the execution, it feels like they a bit almost too hasty on some of the actions. It feels a few of the deaths there in the early stages felt a little bit disconnected from the rest of the roster, and just feels very rushed sort of play coming out of the XE36 roster. On the side of Vite, though, yep, nothing yet really to point out big, at least on my end, unless you have any specific gripes. But from what I can see, I mean, they've been playing their game pretty well, and yeah, the multi-layer defense as well, especially with that pulse the last round, brought in just the right amount of dividends.
Yeah, I mean, they've done everything they've had to do so far. They've reacted perfectly to what XE36 have done. They haven't been sucked in by these bans to really sort of be scared of letting them into the site. They're allowing them to take a bit of map control and then contesting them where they need to. I think you put the nail on the head with the hasty comment. I think Blackbeard, Jin in that last round, dying on that long angle, probably does take a lot of the pressure out of that attack.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, just having double shields and not using them specifically for gathering information. And, you know, once you have a Blackbeard on the site door, kind of staring at you as a defender, it can be really difficult to sort of play your own game. So yeah, Vite done everything they need to do so far. Looks like another fast attack here as well.
Okay.
On the side of XE36, a lot of flashes coming out. And Spander's going to get chased all the way down the stairs. No, Mugi's going to redirect back towards his piano site. Just smoked out and start this plant.
Okay, look, I mean, yeah, going in for the plan, it doesn't look like it's going to get denied in any capacity either. So as of now, actually, the Shogun is actually putting in the effort here. Akusu already with a double kill coming on big. Asen does get the better of Jin, and well, the Blitz is about to probably catch the bullets as well. It's all down to Asen and Machiko-kun. And it looks like it might actually be a very much workable situation. The jump in needs to happen as the denial needs to be there. Does finally get the kill. 1v1. The Shogun secondary is out, but oh, Hakusu at the end does save it. But man, E36, I respect the ballsiness, but man, oh man, that could have gone absolutely sideways.
Yeah, they're trying to get these rounds done as quick as possible. The hasty comment is becoming more and more true every single round. That round there was a plant going down within, 30 seconds? They barely had made their way into the building. And already the Blitz had made his way into piano and started planning. So the game plan is very obvious right now from XE36. They want to take map control as fast as possible, use these shields, sort of quell the pressure of the defenders, and then try to get these plants down, as we see the Blitz and the Clash both being banned. So I don't think we've seen a ton of the Clash so far, but one of those operators that can really put a halter on the attacks if they're able to sort of frontline and face the shields.
Yeah, and especially in the context of how many shields were being introduced by XE36, Clash ban does also make quite a substantial sense as well, and just ensuring that there's as minimal of a slowdown as possible, especially in the most sort of direct way, whilst you can have, you know, the yellow mines, the Nari lasers, the smokes, and everything else. Clash will be arguably the most direct counter to this whole lineup. So no, so far it's a pretty sensible sort of choices for the bans. Now on the side of Vite, getting rid of Blitz feels like, honestly, maybe too much of a knee-jerk reaction, at least personally it feels, whereas they could have banned Monty, could have banned even Blackbeard, arguably a even more of a dangerous operator choice. But I mean, so far so good. I'm curious how that duo of the Flores and the Twitch combination will work out.
Yeah, it's a lot of information on the side of the attacks. There's a few extra drones there, as well as the ability to get rid of utility before they even enter the building. So also interesting to see where this attack is going to go. It looks like they're starting to funnel towards that admin side. Go for a bit more of a default sort of push here. This Blackbeard's going to be able to take a lot of map control without much pressure. And with that, they're going to be able to take this admin side quite quickly. But as we said before, with that Tachanka and Goyo ban, going to be really difficult for the defenders to be able to play in positions where they can deny these plants. So fighting them here at this corridor towards vending machine is probably the best course of action here for Vi.
Yeah, certainly the case here. Just try to isolate the gunfights, play the choke points as much as possible. But yeah, with so much demolition force right now coming out from XE36 and deciding to finally slow down, it looks like they might just be able to get the reins in their hands. I say that Mugi straight away already buys the farm and calls it a day. And otherwise, yeah, it's a much slower run. I was about to start making the jokes about how back in the old days of Pro League, Japanese Pro League specifically, there was the last 30 seconds meta, but in here it was the first 30 seconds meta coming on through from XE36. But the Blackbeard is not for long in this world. It's all down to Aksu at this point, and amidst all of the absolute just chaos, Mache somehow is the only man that is down, and it's down to the rest four to just completely finalize the frag onto Akusu. 57 seconds to go. Swing might come on through in a very swift manner, and instead it's a pistol from Lugator. And just, BMs continue at this point. Vide are very much running very quick and very heavy here in their presence.
Yeah, playing with a ton of confidence right now on the side of Vite. Just letting them take that vending machine control, and then once they try to make their way through the double door, just utilizing those Elo mines to really disrupt the shield's effect. Jin on that Blackbeard, unfortunately, hasn't had as much impact as I'm sure he would have liked, but still 2 more rounds here on the side of the attack for XE36, and obviously, as we mentioned before the match, this map has sort of tended towards the defensive side, so if they're able to sort of get to the half and tie this up, I'm sure they'll be quite confident they would have strangled back those rounds and win this map.
Though looking at the lineup so far for the attack, it's not yet fully promising. I'll be brutally honest with you, at least personally to me. I'm liking the idea of bringing in the Amaru, considering how well she worked before, but Blackbeard choice is also fairly decent. The Sledge plus the Ram is the one that, it's a pretty steady combo, but how well and how much will XE36 roster lean into this set of utility, I'm not fully yet sure. Whereas on the side of Vite, I'm a sucker when I see a Capcan. He used to be my main player, my main operator as well for a while. So seeing a Capcan every time is brings a tear to my eye.
Yeah, it's not something you get to see very often at the tier 1 level. One of those operators that definitely fell out of meta quite quickly once teams started to really catch on to how to sort of nullify that effect. I think it's almost common practice now to check every doorway before you walk into them. If you jump in a window, you're checking for frost mats.
Yeah.
As I say that, Lugator, he's going to take out this Blackbeard. The Blackbeard has been incredibly cursed for the side of XE36. Anyone who has touched it so far has been unable to really have an impact on these rounds. And once again, it's men advantage for Vite. I think we've seen men advantage for them basically every round so far.
The most embarrassing part as well is it was a run out for Lugator as well. So that Blackbeard dying even before the entry into the building is quite unfortunate, as well as that the C4 onto the thermite. No, that means there's no more heart breach utility. Vinny and Jin just ran into the Capcan traps. Good lord, what is going on in this game?
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster here for XE36. Jin taken down to basically 1 HP. And a few members of Vite still sort of hovering around that mid floor. And given that there's only 3 members left of XE36, they probably won't be checked. Jin will find a double, though, onto Asen and Matcha. Brings it back to a 3v3. Jin's still very low. They've shifted this attack to the top floor. They're looking to take as much map control now and start using this double soft breach to find some angles into the site before they start making the execute.
Yeah. Final boogie on the floor being placed and prepped, assuming to generate as much sound as possible when the time is right, and 55 seconds remaining. We'll be judging, or rather we'll be telling the story very shortly of how this whole attack will go. All 3 attackers separated from each other, so 3 separate positions, or rather, well, pardon me, there is a follow-up from Yu behind Mao, but otherwise, a double split push. The Ram is 1 HP, so the next gunfight may be very much fatal for the operator, but as of now, there is still information. Pre-fire does not work at all, though a trade comes on through. Make it a double. It's all down to Much Cocoon as well. The TCS-12 will need to ring out those frags for himself. Swing comes on through. No, does not land this time at all, considering just how ballsy that swing was. And, well, that's the second round for XE36 roster. Marking it as the second point now, this one I feel will have arguably one of the biggest impacts, Vinny. You've mentioned during the whole analyst desk section that for this half, at least sort of round about 3 points will be very much a necessity to stay afloat. But we were talking more so towards Vite here for Interforce. The script has been kind of flipped on them.
Yeah, it's pretty insane that XE36 were able to get that round back. We saw the Ram down to 1 HP. It was actually the player that got the double kill that brought them back in. So even though they were quite low, they were able to still have an impact on the round. From there was just a lot of soft breach control that sort of allowed them to start getting some angles on. Even if they weren't able to peak those angles and find the defenders, it puts a lot of pressure on the defense. Doesn't allow them to play in super comfortable positions. And at the end of the day, it's just who hits their shots better in those chaos moments. And for that round, it was XE36.
Absolutely. Though it was still relatively close, question being is whether they will be able to keep up the consistency going into, considering if Vite do manage to claim themselves the 4th point, that's a nice sort of 2-point lead, though, mind you, nothing too irrecoverable from. Question being is how will E36 ensure that the first frag goes actually their way rather than the opposition, because yeah, like how you highlighted, Vinny, the majority of the rounds have started off with Vite being in the very much of a leadership position in terms of the numbers.
We return to this piano site. No blitz rush this round from the side of XE36, but early flashbangs and lion scan will allow a lot of this top floor control from the yellow side. Akusi will find one with the shotgun, and you will find a second. We get a trades one back, but most of this top floor control now is handed over to the attackers. Perfect use there of the lion scan and the flashbangs. The Warden was in a pretty good position to sort of dodge that utility and try and make an impact, but unfortunately not able to find the first fight on the player that came through yellow. It's us back to a 4v3. Vite, for the first time, I think, in a while, have found themselves at a man disadvantage. And we'll have to try find a kill back. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. So the attackers have a lot of time here to use this sledge for the soft breach. There will be a gunfight immediately from Matcha.
Very nice.
That shotgun on these stairs. Very historic.
Yeah, and quite deadly as well whilst at it. It's interesting to see how, for a brief moment, you could sort of spot how, with Vite's sort of positioning, the fact that they did lose those 2 players before any sort of bigger trades started coming on through, it meant that they sort of felt at a little bit of a disarray and sort of had to split around and split up a little bit, but otherwise seeming to be at least back into the overall sort of swing of things. Though I say that Akusu does get the better of Asen as well, meaning it's only down to the Mute and the Legion, and both of them are relatively close by, but the vertical game is still something that is attempted to be kept on a fairly prominent matter. Shotgun out for Akusu on this distance. Should be very much in a winning position, though. Presented with a headshot potential. Unfortunately, not enough, as the plant is now starting to go down. No pressure whatsoever or try to retake, as this is going to be very much of a post-plant scenario and not much of a view about the retake of the top floor. So it's a very much lose situation here for Lugator, as it looks like 3-all scoreline very much is in the hands of XE36 roster, unless something goes horrendously wrong.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad start. 1 player taken down, but both members still full HP. It's going to take Lugator to run up yellow stairs and try to find both of these kills quite quickly as well. In the meantime, Mugi has been rezzed and is able to find that kill off the Finker boost. And a really solid round there from E36. just understood the wind condition, took all that top floor map control as quickly as possible off the line scans and the flashes. From there, able to get all the angles in towards site. And that Habana was able to jump in the window and really adapt to the kind of map control they had, able to get that plant down, and from there, Luget is in a really tough spot, has to retake a lot of map control to even be able to contest some of those angles. So, yeah, a really good round from XE36, something that we probably should have seen more of from them in that half when they really sort of took map control and then slowed down rather than trying to force and execute really early into the round.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And it's interesting, yeah, as well with Vite, and they didn't really try to go for too ballsy set of plays. It's been very almost kind of by the book, especially once they were sort of pressed with the matter of the timer is no longer on their side, and the utility is very much pointing that they shouldn't be really going for anything too risky. Whereas on the side of E36, it almost felt like the first few rounds were just sort of feeling out their opposition, trying to see how much can they get away with, kind of deal. And maybe that hastiness was very much sort of there just to figure out sort of which will be the best here to try to verse against them. So 3-3 kind of makes sense here, but at the same time, XE36 definitely could have played their cards, at least in the early stages, a little bit better. Potentially, maybe even contest for a bit more of a favorable scoreline, though 3-all is still very much pretty solid turnaround, especially considering now they're on the defense. And right off the rip, we get to see a Solace being introduced for the defense, which is arguably, whilst it's a fairly minuscule change, I definitely think that she could be definitely one of those operators that could be a big breakthrough in terms of how the round pacing can be handled here.
Yeah, and it forces the attacking side to have to take some of that mid-floor control. This is definitely where Akasu is going to be positioned in this sort of piano area, looking to get the denial on the plan.
Oh,
and
man.
as we can see, Vita already setting up for a very quick execute here. Amaru getting ready to repel in to this window.
Dangerous.
Glaz going to be set up with some smokes very soon. The Ying as well. No water on the board as well for the side of the defenders. So these Ying Candelas will be very effective if they're able to get this execute off. But as you mentioned, that Solace downstairs is going to be such a nuisance. Double impact will be able to deny the plant and kill the player that repels in. And generally, if that first player that repels in dies, isn't able to get the plant down, the rest of the round will be really tough for the attack to recover.
Yeah. Good to see as well, Vite taking their time as well to just drone out to figure out where sort of their pressure point should be. Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll have to wait for the recharge for the yet another charge, but there we go. That's all there. The one concern is 1C4. If Mugi is able to pace himself, that could be very much dangerous. Now the pressure's starting to come around. Blackbeard is the one actually pushing, and Mugi, oh, there's a lot of the pressure coming around, and now is the time. Now is the time to let it go and let it rip as the Candela is starting to go on through. No runouts happening either, and no denial as well, and that is just like that. Scot-free, free of charge, getting out, not enough opportunity. And now comes a very much of a horror time story for Jade, as the runouts will start coming on through. Now here comes the peaks as well. The attempts at the defuse will be already just stuck through, and Aksu is the one that seals the deal. Just like that, XE36 vented out the whole storm and didn't really care much for the rush strats or anything of such. They just handled it one step at a time.
Yeah, just understood exactly what needed to be done there. The Solace downstairs probably coming that there was a few players trying to take her out before that execute went through. And I mean, they got the plant down. The plan worked to some extent, but unfortunately it did take sacrificing all 5 members, and that generally does lead to a round loss. So move into the 8th round of the match. Vite showing that maybe their attacks are going to follow a similar trend to what we saw from XE36, trying to get very quick executes to come forth, but unfortunately on that occasion unable to make it stick. You can see here they're going for the Monty. We may see a solid snake for the first time today. As I say that, they switch over to the Thermite, so not be seeing that. This is one of those maps as well where I think Solid Snake could provide a lot of value, especially for this basement side. It's going to be very easy to take over this top floor control with those scans, but we see the Monty, the Glaz, and the Thermite, so it could be another direct push incoming.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, how will the Skopos, especially after all the recent buffs, will be played here as well, because a lot of potential there is now for her drones, considering how quickly you can switch around between the drones, considering the fact that the ability to make the rotations is now much more potent for them. So there's a lot of ways that you can really turn them into an absolute nuisance to really deal with. And I'm liking as well just the overall sort of variation. You have the castle sort of choices here as well for whatever slowdown that is needed. But on top of that, you also have a fairly two strong roamers as well, in form of the Mozzie as well as Skopos here as well. So looking forward to see how this will really pan out. Whereas for Fight, definitely starting to run out of the overall sort of fuel for their run, it feels.
Yeah, I think we're going to see something pretty similar to the previous round, where they're going to try to do something direct and then almost realize that they need to take this mid-floor control and not allow the defenders to play these vertical angles. There's already a C4 prepped on the main breach. This Monty will have to vacate it for now. As you can see here, the Skopos on the top floor, as you mentioned, with these buffs, able to have much more of an impact about rotating quickly. If pressure is to come through, they're able to go straight back to site, be in a safe position, and waste a lot of time for the attackers. But in saying that, the attackers are wasting a fair bit of their own time at the moment, sort of flip-flopping between where they want to take this. Match is going to take a lot of damage from a C4. And with these vertical angles from the site now, this Cade is able to get an angle. Another C4 is going to come through, but it will miss. Match is able to take it out eventually on the Monty. We're able to get information on this piano player.
Yeah, at least it's a block for the piano player in isolation as well. I say that though, C4 does put the finishing nail into the coffin of the Monty as well. Yu does get traded out fairly quickly, but I mean, in comparison, the castle for Monty, I'd say that win any time of the day, really. And otherwise, 45 seconds to go. Vite needs to make that push happen very, very soon. And with this Skopos not cleared out from up top, is going to keep on ramping up even more problems here. It's going to be a dangerous one, and I'm not entirely too sure whether Vite do have it in their guts to actually be able to push through, or whether this is going to be yet another absolute, well, loss through a submission of a round, courtesy of XE36. Bit of a combo for the Storm. Mao is taking a little bit of a damage here, but 9 seconds to go. There's not much really else to be done as the swings do come on through. Asen all of a sudden does manage to score that double kill. The plant needs to be stuck here. It needs to be held as much as possible. The rotation coming around. No switch around actually happening. No, finally does decide to make a switch, but just not enough time. Though the refresh is there. Oh, it's a double down. It's a double down on a whole switch as well from Skopos, in the most perfect position possible. How is XE36 able to just steal this away is absolutely beyond me.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it during the round, the effect of the Skopos, able to transition between the site and the roam so quickly, and we saw it perfectly there. And I saw both those players in site go down to Asen on that Thermite, who put a really nice flank in place. Understood that most of the defenders were looking through the vertical or starting to retake that mid-floor control. Was able to find a really nice pocket of space and find the double. But yeah, I mean, the Skopos rotation, I thought for sure once those two players on site would take it out, it would have been too hard to rotate back down. But that is the power of the Skopos. And XE36 find themselves with the 2-round buffer now in the driving position.
Yeah, no, that was insane. The fact that, the Skopos drone didn't get shut down in any capacity, or even just punched once just to at least have no visibility, man, that's an absolute shocker of a turnaround. But man, I mean, look, it shows that, XE36 roster are still very much willing to take those risks, and look, it pays. The risks pay here in this very case, and I think the best way to describe so far how Consulate really went between XE36 and Vite is that on one hand you have a roster who's willing to, try to toy around with variables a little bit more, try to see how different pacings will really suit the whole match. And then there's the other team that is trying to play almost too much by the book kind of Siege. And in a good chunk of cases it worked out, specifically on defense, though the moment sort of the general idea was discovered by the opposition, this is where it all started crumbling pretty rapidly. So onwards here from XE36. Look, if they continue the way how they did so far and having those pretty ballsy plays and feeding Aksu whatever they're feeding, look, I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing another cheeky match point to come on through.
Definitely could, especially with the opening kill from Jin. A pretty quiet first half, but has definitely made his way into this half now. A bit of pressure here on the top floor. This Blitz going to be able to take a lot of control. Yugon Plus coming out. Mao's going to find one as well. The C4's going to do a lot of damage as well to Lugator. Negates his impact. Going to run through a smoke grenade as well. So all of a sudden, XE36 have complete control of this round. This Blitz, he's going to be left on his lonesome. From there, Echo stun will come out. A double Echo stun. Eventually will get taken out.
And a finisher.
Got to find that.
Yeah, at the very least there is some sort of a trade-off. It's Machiko-kun getting the better of Yu as well, so this is at least some sort of a redemption. But even then, 2 versus 4 is a rough situation to be in. At the very least, there is majority of the HP on the attacking side. I say that though, Mao gets the better of Macha as well, and well, it's all down to Machiko-kun, who isn't even inside the building now. Finally is, but that Echo, look at it to Jin. He has to have been arguably one of the biggest factors here for the E36's defense, considering just how much utility he managed to enable and how much of the fragging he managed to enable as well, just with his drones as well, and just the amount of info that was constantly flowing through.
Yeah, and it's not something we see super often, the Echo drones being used on the flanks. Typically players will try to use them on the side for denial, but yeah, as you mentioned, so much information here for the defensive side. Just leaves Machiko-kun in a 1v4, and I mean, E36 now really putting the pressure onto Vite, not allowing them a single into these rounds, and I think we're just starting to see the experience now coming through for them.
Yeah, now that they've figured out what they can really get away with is where they really going to start putting quite the damage in. And 6-3 scoreline, I mean, tells a pretty hefty story here, where Vite, look, they had their shining moments. They managed to out, all by the book, all as carefully as possible. But fortunately, in the case where the enemy team is able to decide when they just need to throw out the carefulness and just play sort of with just the absolute disregard for much of the safety, tells the story that the moment the strat has been discovered, it's not much else could have really been done here. So looking as well at the lineup, once again, I'm just like you, praying to see how Solid Snake will really pan out here. But I feel like for Vite, it could almost feel like a bit of a too maybe new overpick, or maybe they're just trying to sort of stick to their strats if they had some of the setups practice, because by the looks of it, they at least had some of the initial ideas all practiced in. It's just more so they weren't prepared for the chaos variables that are the XE36 roster.
Yeah, they provide a lot of chaos, and unfortunately Vite have not been able to sort of stand up to that on their attacking half so far. Yeah, just to return on Solid Snake as well, I think it's obviously we're coming into a playoffs where the character is very new, so being able to utilize the utility as well as possible can be quite difficult, as well as the fact that he only spawns in with one grenade or one utility of choice until they're able to find a dead body. So
the frags, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you do lose one piece of utility early round, and it's quite dependent on sort of the way that the round goes, whether they're able to pick up another piece of utility. Matcha finally is able to get the opening kill on towards Mugi, which puts Fight at the man advantage.
C4 as well, out of the way.
This is a massive round for Vite. Obviously, match point on the line, but this momentum they can build, even if they are to win a couple rounds here, could be the telling factor for the rest of this series.
Rightfully so, yeah. For E36, they'll need to make sure that they are very careful. I say this, Akasu knifes Lou Gator as well, and that is the Monty out of the equation. That's your frontliner gone, done and dusted, but there's still quite a fair bit of utility to work with and still quite a fair bit of just ways to shut down the defense. The line scan comes around, still 4 Candelas available in the swing to come around. Whether Asen will be able to really make a play or not, it doesn't look like it is the case. And instead, well, Candelas are starting to come on through, but the timing is unfortunately completely off as nobody is there to really back up any form of push. Another Lion scan to try to force some sort of movement, but at this point, Chunka is very much of a known factor, so him moving around, well, he can afford it.
No, and this Tachanka Fire now able to stop this push on the side of yellow, but I don't think they're quite aware of the position of this sledge. That Tachanka Flame will start to tick him down. It's the Lion, in fact, and Jin's able to find him with those flames. Something that was missing on the side of White for their defensive half. A really good ban there from E36, and now able to show why that character is so important on these defensive rounds. Akasu's going to find another as well into Matcha, and I mean, it's going to be so tough now for Vite to find their way back into this round.
Yeah, time to go in for the run out as well. It is the prime time. Akasu tries to find a frag, but no. It seems like all of the players are inside the building. Jade need to make sure that they're playing their cards right. No, unfortunately, that is not even the opportunity. It's all down to Machiko-kun to make anything happen here. And as of now, Aksu about to go in for a swing, sandwiched between a rock and a hard place, and that is the map number 1, done and dusted. E36 showing why they are very much coming into this as the favorites, and a roster that has had quite a fair bit of experience. He start to Consulate, but it's all still the full sense of security, it seems.
Yeah, and it could be sort of telling of the way that the rest of the series is going to go. Maybe XE36 aren't super comfortable on their attacks. They want to go for those real direct ones and just try to get those rounds over and done with as fast as possible so they can just dominate on the defense.
Yeah. Well, with that said, Consulate all done and dusted. Map 2 for the game of X Interforce 36 versus Vite coming up right after this break. Don't go too far off. We'll catch you on the other side.
Well, as we were saying, Vinny, that game felt a lot quicker than it actually was. It was a pretty respectable scoreline at the end of it. Fight started pretty strong, had a couple of good defenses, but those rounds were so quick, and at the end of the day, E36, good attack half at the start, pretty easy for them to mow up on defense.
Yeah, we said the pass mark for Vite on their defense was 3 or 4 rounds. It turned out it probably was even higher than that. Unfortunately for them, their attacks just weren't able to come together. We saw XE36 playing very fast on their initial attacking rounds, trying to really get those executes in quite quickly. And on Consulate, that's pretty normal. And I mean, a few little mishaps from them sort of cost those rounds. Otherwise, I think this map probably could have gone even further on the side of E36.
As we continue breaking this down, let's have a look at some of the replays from that game. Now, a couple of notable moments. I think mine, Cthulhu, my favorite was the little Skopos return to site 1v2. It's funny, Skopos got a little minor buff recently, but you wouldn't expect to see that operator get a lot of play at the top level.
Yeah, well, I mean, funny you mentioned that, because when you sort of think about how that sort of affects how you can play Skopos, the buff is a pretty nuts one, because previously, prior to the buff, it would take, I believe it's around about 3 seconds to actually deploy from the sort of the idle position. Now it's about 1.5 seconds, which makes these kind of plays so much more viable. And in partial, I have to say, I think that one play is what completely threw the mental into the gutter for Vite as well. The moment they fell to it, that's it. It's a wrap. Time to go to the next map, if not at this point, next game. Because
this is the clip that we were talking about.
This is the clip.
Yeah, Jin, big 1v2 clutch. Now, Jin's a player we've seen in the scene for a while, and always expect some big things out of Jin. But yeah, Vinny, just not quite good enough from Vite, right? Like, there were some good moments, like you said, 3 rounds of defense in the first half, but it really did start to capitulate a little bit near the end of it. If I'm not wrong, they didn't actually find an attacking round win at the end of that game. So yeah, what on the hell was going wrong with Vite's attacks?
Early on, it looked like they were trying to sort of play the same way that XE36 was early on as well, which is to play sort of aggressive and try to find early executes. But yeah, it just didn't work out for them. In the same way that it didn't work out for XE36, I think XE36, for the most part, were able to adapt a bit better on their attacking half, realized that what they were doing initially wasn't quite working, and start to slow things down. Really use that experience they have to work their way through rounds rather than sort of force them right at the start.
Yeah. So as we kind of round off this map a little bit, let's talk about the next one up and coming. Cthulhu, we've got Lair, one of my favorite maps, of course, the second newest map to join the competitive pool, and not a stranger to either of these teams. Both of these teams in their previous match in the upper bracket semifinals had pretty dominant victories on this particular map of Lair. Vite beat CYBME in a 7-2, and XE36 beat Aegis 7-1. So being Vite's pick, is this perhaps the place that they can start to conjure up a little bit of strength and maybe a little bit of a comeback?
See, I think the answer for this question actually will lie very much in the decision on their playstyle, because throughout the whole Consulate, it has felt like they were trying to stick to a very sort of one single-minded playstyle and a very sort of almost by the book sort of gameplay. Whereas E36, you could see, you know, they were experimenting the first 3 rounds. It was just very much of just them rushing, whether it's slightly quicker or slightly slower, just to find sort of the comfort spot here as well. So I think ultimately the reason, or rather, well, not even the reason, the win condition for Vites here is whether they decide to break their mold and try something new, something outrageous, and throw a spanner in the works of E36 and just keep forcing them to readjust non-stop. Because the moment E36 settled into the a very comfortable pace, there wasn't really much to stop them either.
Well, I can hear the sound of the game starting, so I think it might be time to get into it. It's Lair, map 2, E36, up 1-0 in the series. Can Vites fight back? We're about to find out. Over to you guys.
Right. Look, I'm very much keen to see how Lair will pan out here. Straight into the ban phase. Vinny, do we get to see finally Snake to come out? What do you reckon?
It's hard to know, isn't it? Based on what we've seen so far, it looks like they're just teasing us, picking him in the prep phase and then switching off. But yeah, I mean, Vite really have their backs against the wall right now. They're going straight onto the attacking side here on Lair, another map that plays out quite defensively. And obviously, with the momentum they carry from that first map where they weren't able to pick up a single round on their attacks, they have a lot of making up to do. It's another one of those maps where if they're able to get 3 or 4 rounds, it would really set them up for that second half. But as we saw in that first map on Consulate, XE36 are just playing with so much confidence on their defenses. And yeah, it's going to be a really tough task here for Vite to sort of take that first map out of their mind and really reset and just play Lair for what it is. A map that they know quite well and have good performances on. So,
very much so. Looking at the overall lineup as well for the defense. Goyo is back into the play. It's the Echo once again in the hands of Mugi this time to be brought on out. And then the usual, the Warden, the Smoke, even Malusi making the appearance, which nowadays feels like Malusi is very much of a, a niche pick, of something to, when you have a very specific strat involving her, whereas in the past it was almost like a must pick, really. Whereas here for Vite's attack, I'm not entirely too sure what to make of it. I'll be real with you, Vinny. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think they've got, as you've been saying, basically for that whole first map, they're playing very much by the book. I mean, these are 5 operators that, regardless of what the defense brings, you're going to get a lot of value out of, right? Monty is able to take that map control. That Flores drone will be able to clear out utility. In this case, it's most likely going to be the Goyo Flames. The Buck is able to get verticality. IQ will be able to find basically any of the utility that the defenders have. And of course, Thermite for that hard breaching option. So one of those sort of compositions that, at least for me, probably says they're not 100% sure how XE36 are going to set up and bring all the basic building blocks just in case,
True, yeah. Opting for a safe pick to sort of figure out what needs adjusting, or rather what needs to be played into. But otherwise, yeah, already a minute gone. A few of the breaches did come on out, and already one of the Retero drones did get exhausted, but otherwise not much else to really show. Yeah, a bit of scouting here and there, a bit of runouts. Oh, Lugator is gone already. Not yet at least finished, so just down but not out, but the run out may still very much happen. And that's another thing as well worth mentioning. XE36 very much are ballsy. They want to keep on just that, I guess, disrespectful play style. And I mean, we even saw it in the text chat as well, a bit of banter coming on out, though I'm not entirely sure if Vite appreciated that one.
No, once you lose the first map, the banter turns quite sour, I think. But an opening kill for them is going to put them in a pretty good position here. It was a really good bait, using that sound of the res to sort of coax that Goyo to run out and try to finish off the kill. So Lugator is still quite low on HP, and on this Buck, it does become quite difficult to get that vertical control, because obviously one shot up through the vertical will finish him off. But Vite have taken a lot of map control here, and they're going to start putting a lot of pressure on this site. Thermite's going to go down, which will provide an avenue for their entry. Those Goyo Flames are going to tick down this Monty quite a bit. And X2 is going to come through.
Yeah. Anyway, well, the Warden is honestly one of the operators that could have actually held the fort here pretty well in tandem with the Echo, but unfortunately not enough of that. And Vite are actually pushing in pretty steadily without much of the issue. There is a swap around coming around, and Mugi does get the double with the Bearing 9, and all of a sudden the whole lineup of XE36 is just able to demolish Vite's push. 3 players gone in a matter of just a few seconds. It's all down to Lugator and Jade to make anything happen here versus Echo and the Smoke. With 10 seconds to go, it needs to be a rush. Flashbang is there, blinded, but not enough out. The shotgun runs out. It's all down to Jade, and even that cannot seem to be coming on through at any point. No time whatsoever. XE36 roster do manage to score first.
Yeah, I love the double prone shotgun facing each other. That's awesome. That's Rainbow Six Siege right there. But yeah, not a terrible attack there from Vite. Able to find the opening 2 kills. Able to get a lot of information with that Montaigne. But unfortunately, once that Montaigne went down with the diffuser, it was pretty hard to recover for the side of the attack. As we mentioned, that Buck going down quite early in the round as well really nullifies his impact on the vertical. We just saw it there. Those defenders were able to play in some really good power positions and allow the attackers to walk their way into sight before taking those gunfights. So XE36, we saw it a couple times on Consulate, able to wrestle back rounds that maybe they shouldn't have won, but they just have so much experience. They've been in this position so many times. James said before on the desk, they're one of those teams that regionally has always been really solid. I think probably the most notable thing was APAC North. I think they finished third in their previous stage, which is a very, very insane sort of thing to say because that region is so strong. But yeah, unfortunately, once they get to those qualifiers, they've struggled a little bit at making an impact in those interregional matches. So a really big moment for them if they're able to win out this series, make their way back into APAC North, sort of keep building momentum going into those qualifiers. I think they're going to be a really good team for the future.
Absolutely. And considering they've been pretty open to just a lot of the experimenting as well, certainly shows that they're not really shying away from, a little bit of dancing here and there. Lugator does get the better of Aksu as well, who was a pretty big player in the first map as well. Flashbang to come out. Unfortunately, not enough time, and Lugator should be able to... Well, I was about to say he should be able to get the kill, but instead he was just like, even though it wasn't even him blinded. But regardless, maybe it was just about enough to scare the smoke away.
Yeah, I think that may have been the plan. Maybe just flash and then type, just to scream at him and then make him run away. But, I mean, it's very, very real possibility he flashed himself, in which case both players were just standing there blind. But, I mean, they still managed to keep their man advantage. It could have been a double. Mr. Chunky here just trying to hold on to this position. That Flores drone is going to be massive. He's going to stand in front of it, and he's able to find the kill onto Matcha. Wow, I mean, really big pick there for the Tachanka. Able to do so much impact, waste so much time, and keep his life. So that Tachanka Flame still 12 in pocket, so we're able to have a massive impact at the end of this round.
Yeah, with half a timer already gone and out, things might start to get a little bit more dicey. The AK-12 is looking to ring out fairly soon, but yeah, there's so much still ground to cover for the attack, and Byte will have the work cut out for them. There's still the Buck, I'm assuming, still at the first floor, trying to get some sort of vertical play, and well, Jin does get eliminated eventually, but still 3 more players to go, a minute remaining. The pressure onto Mao is coming on through, and well, actually the frag does happen and does get fully realized, now separated from one another. It's all down to you and Mugi to make anything really happen here, but as of now, it looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward conclusion. Vite very much keeping track of each and every position, and their push so far has been much more consistent. The flashbangs, the utility, the refrags, the pincer play has all been just lining up, and that is exactly what scores them the point.
Yeah, fantastic round there from Jade, able to pick up the quad kill and just secure that round for his team. I mean, I thought once Mugi had survived on that Tachanka, it's going to be quite difficult for the side of the attack to sort of make their way in and find an execute. But yeah, Jade able to just find a few kills around the map, take those stairs control against the thorns of the defender. And I mean, from there, Vite, we said it before the map, they need heaps of these rounds. They need as many as they can get before they move on to their defense. We saw E36 struggle a little bit on their attacks on Consulate, but Lair is one of those maps where taking map control, as we said before, is like quite linear in the sense that the checkpoints make a lot of sense. You're taking map control basically on one floor, trying to get as much map control before you start pushing in towards the site. And we know how much experience XE36 have, so big round for Vite. Still a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Job only just now begun, considering that they are already as well mapped down, meaning things could get still pretty dicey if they don't let, if they do let the point advantage slip through. For XE36, they have the lineups. Well, they keep on experimenting with the lineups, as a matter of fact. The Fenrir now does get to play, and for now, Mao is the one that will be looking to try to just sow just about enough chaos to throw off the push for Vite, as yet another breach is starting to come on through without really that much of a contention either, forcing Mugi to fall back and potentially start setting up the site with those Cuba barriers a little bit more thoroughly. But otherwise, I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Vite. They are just, keeping it consistent in terms of just, set up your breaches, set up your angles, go for the push. The main question being is how will they be able to keep track of the time?
Yeah, I think time will play a big factor in this round. We've got Machiko-kun just starting to sort of take this map control on the first floor. Probably hasn't been spotted yet.
Factor, yeah.
Able to find a few kills on that roam, it'd be interesting. But in fact, it looks like E36 were well aware of where Machiko-kun was on the map. Asen will find one back onto Mouse. That's that Fenrir off the board. And Akazu's actually going to be taken down on the Bandit as well. 3v4 with a minute and a half remaining. Jin's going to hit a really nice shot onto Lugator outside the window. Brings it back to a 3v3. Half the round gone. So a lot of utility here on the side of the attack. Mugi will find another one onto Jade. That is your buck off the board. So no more vertical play on the side of the attack. Mugi half health.
Half health, not entirely ideal, but still very much workable. Still a minute remaining for Macha and Asen. This is going to be a bit of a difficult run to really play with. They still have the two impact EMPs, still got the smoke, so in theory the basic sort of utility for the push is certainly there, but the fact that there is the vertical being present on the side of E36, or rather XE36 roster, will throw quite a fair bit of a spanner in the works. So from here on, have to push the top floor, have to clear that out before even any sort of progress can be made. But even then, Matcha already a known variable here for X Interforce roster, and just playing with them right now, just draining time. 20 seconds to go. The timer is very much running thin, and from here on out, with Matcha gone, one last player remaining, Asen will follow through, and that is yet another round for XE36 roster, making it a 2-1. Vinny, I'm looking at this so far. It feels like it is a little bit more of a steadier sort of pace in comparison to what we've seen on Consulate. Obviously, we got to see some rushes, we got to see a bit of a switch around. In the case of Lair, this feels like both teams now well aware of the limitations on both end, or at least, E36 is aware of the limitations. I'm not entirely sure if Vite knows their own limitations, but how do we switch this around? How does Vite find that sort of their own win condition? It's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, it seems like the mid round at the moment is where they're sort of struggling. They're able to find those opening kills very often on their attacks, but unfortunately, once they get to that mid round and there's a bit of chaos, XE36 realize that they need to find kills back, and they do exactly that. They're able to find kills, bring back the man advantage to even, or in that case, back in their favor. So Vite have been playing quite slow on these initial attacks, just looking for those kills. They're pretty aware that XE36 are going to play aggressive in those early rounds, but once that happens and they're able to find those opening kills, they need to be able to retain their man advantage and start working their way towards site, especially with some of these players. So in that previous round, the buck getting taken off the board in that mid round, that makes it really difficult to start playing with that vertical, and in that case in particular, they were able to actually retake that vertical control and use it against the attackers.
Yeah. Now, whilst we have a slight bit of a calm before the storm, considering Vite's push has been so far relatively on the slower end, or at least we know what to expect. Say, let's cast our side a little bit further out into the bracket. Say the conclusion of this matchup is a 2-0 to XE36 roster. Vite drops down to the lower bracket final. They get to verse against CYBME, or Can You Be My Enemy? The roster that they already played against in the upper bracket semis, which ended up in a 2-0 with 7-1, 7-2 scoreline, which, I mean, by the looks of it, Vite shouldn't really be stressing as much. should they?
Yeah, it's one of those teams that, for the most part, shouldn't be too much of a struggle for Vite if they do find themselves in that lower bracket final. They also played them during the Swiss stage, where they beat them 2-1. So that was the only time they dropped a map against one of those teams throughout all the Swiss stage. So obviously, Can You Be My Enemy has shown that they're able to compete at least with a team like Vite, but as you mentioned, it's pretty obvious at the moment that XE36 and Vite are the two top teams in these qualifiers so far. But you just never know. On any given day, a team could play well above what they're expected, and vice versa. A team could play well below what is expected of them. So far during this matchup, I think it's going basically how we expected. XE36 have been in control for most of these rounds, but Vite able to put up a bit of a fight.
Oh yeah, there's still quite a fair bit of fight back here, and I feel like if Vite would be able to, claim the pacing of this round into their favor and actually find the opening kills, that could mean quite a fair bit of progress for them. But considering that it's already a minute remaining, it feels like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath as well. Might be able to actually find a bit of a rotation on the cutoff, as well as I think, is looking to try to make a rotation back on towards the side, but the plant is at least attempted, or at least the entry to the side is being attempted, but the Tachanka is just being an absolute nuisance, and the fact that he hasn't yet really been banned out against the defense feels like it's almost a no-brainer, at least in the context of how this match so far went and how well has he been used. But the plant is actually being stuck. Asen will try to stick through the damage, but unfortunately no, the burn is just quicker by that much. Cocoon does claim Mao at least, so the trade is still pretty substantial, and it's a pretty expensive one. 2 versus 1 versus 3. We'll make it 1 versus 2. The plant needs to be denied. Lugator will be planting. It's all down to Matcha, but 3 seconds remaining. No, the plant will need to be stuck. In comes the push. He has to deny it. He has to swing it. And in fact, no, actually just covered off. Lugator absolutely just should be counting his stars there, with the fact just how perfect that timing for Monty has been.
Yeah, I mean, perfect play from the Monty there, able to cover his teammate and allow that plant to go down, because, I mean, time had already run out. Looked like the defender was going to be able to deny that plant, but yeah, I mean, one of those rounds for Vite that I think they probably almost wasted too much time towards the start. If I was on the side of XE36, I would take that round, even though they lost it. Seems like Vite are quite slow if they're not giving kills towards the start of the round, so immediately I'd be telling my team not to give away free picks at the start of rounds. Don't try to fight them too early. I mean, we are talking about 2 Japanese teams, so the chances of that happening are quite low, but it'd be interesting to see if XE36 adapt to that, able to sort of realize that without those openings, Vite struggle to take map control early, struggle to sort of set up. It looks like this defensive setup here on the top floor is going to be quite similar to the one we saw earlier.
Absolutely so. Well, at the very least, the scoreline does keep on staying steady here between the two rosters, and there is quite a fair bit of fight back now from Vite. So it certainly shouldn't be the case of just sort of going quiet into the night with this matchup, and as Vite still very much looking keen to claim their prize, and, well, hopefully maybe for them the a defined position sort of going onwards. But otherwise, XE36 roster looking to still keep on putting the thorns in the side, and ironically Mao as well keeps on experimenting. Unfortunately, still yet to find a frag with either bit of utility, but otherwise Mugi has been the big performer so far on the Tachanka, consistently dishing out the punishment and the damage already. I mean, look at just the sheer amount of denial there is already quite insane, and again, against the shield operator here, it's going to be quite a difficult time to really do much, apart from maybe trying to tough it out, but we've seen how quickly you burn up. It's not going to be a pretty sight, no matter what.
No, it's not. Mugi's actually already given up that position in the corridor. Shield dealt with by the Flores drone, so has to give up that map control. But as we said earlier, that Tachanka will have a lot of impact at the end of this round if Moogie is able to keep his life. Let's use that for plant denial rather than for entry denial. Once again, we see these stairs covered by the mute gemmer, so that Flourish Drone will be taken out. And it is the Thorn that is playing there at the moment. Or the mute with the shotgun, supported by a Thorn gadget.
Mm-hmm. And considering how much Thorn actually has been buffed up with her gadget, she's still very much of a viable pick as well for the what feels like an increasingly more prominent trap meta as well. With Lugator out of the equation, once again, Mugi just keeps on being an absolute menace to society as well with DP25 LMG as well. And yeah, from here on, it's a bit of a difficult one because now it all becomes a very one-dimensional play. There is an attempt to try to back up the Monty by Jade, but I mean, with all of the Chunker now utility being focused onto those stairs, and the fact that there's no more pressure from the other entry as well, it forces Vite in a very difficult spot where they have to almost make some sort of a move because otherwise it is looking to be a very dire straits.
With that C4 match is going to be taken down to about half HP. A few members of XE36 looking at around half as well. Jade will find the opener. Jin will find one back. Jade a second. And Machiko Kun. So we're back down to a 2v3. Once again, Vite fighting their way back into this round. Moogie is down to half HP and will get taken out. And the round, just like that, Cthulhu. Asen will pick up the double. And Vite, a lot of fight back in these rounds. I mean, found themselves at man disadvantage. I said earlier that they're probably playing a little bit too slow on the openings of these rounds and forcing themselves to really execute towards the end where they don't have much time. We saw them win a round where they were planting literally with no time remaining, but just seeming to make it work at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Making sure that there's no really much of a ground for repush, or at the very least they have some sort of a plan B to work with, and certainly that is paying pretty well. 3 points as well on the attack for Vite, considering how really uneventful their attack was once we got to switch around into the second half on the Consulate. Is certainly very much of a breath of fresh air with how things are turning around. On the side of XE36, they are seemingly struggling here on the Lair, despite the fact that this map sort of became a pretty favorable map in a lot of cases. It doesn't look like it's favorable for XE36 roster in any capacity. Whilst they still able to keep up in some of the pacings, certainly feels like maybe it's the energy is low, maybe they just can't seem to be able to find sort of that comfortable spot. Whereas for Vite, yeah, they just keep on chugging along nice and steadily. Wondering though, will E36 be able to find a sort of footing of their own once we do switch the sides, or whether this is looking to be a tale about going to the third map?
Yeah. And throughout these playoffs so far, Vite have shown that they're very capable on this map. So maybe we didn't give them enough credit going into this, what they would be capable of. I think most of the props go to them so far. I don't think XE36 have played particularly bad. They haven't made too many mistakes that have led to these round losses. It's just very slow, methodical pushes from Vite. As I've been saying, maybe a little bit too slow at times. But, I mean, if it's working, if they're able to get these executes off with that sort of 45 seconds to a minute time frame, and keep to it. And it looks like we're going to see something quite similar here. The drone's going to go forward, trying to get a bit of information just before this Monty starts to clear down these main stairs. Gridlock and Capitao also on the board, so we'll use those gridlocks for the flanks. Capitao for this execute with the flames and the smokes himself. And it's looking like another slow round here from Vite.
Yeah, nothing wrong as well with that. The way how they have been able to set themselves up has been actually pretty commendable, especially for Lair. Map so vast that you do sort of require to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more patient about how you really play your cards and your positions. For XE36 roster, it means that they will need to ensure that they are being just as much of a nuisance as possible, though they have been getting isolated pretty steadily by Vite, and this has to be, you know, kudos have to be given in every possible way. That just the disruption play, the swarm ability has been phenomenal. I say that Mao finally gets himself on the board, double kill to shut down the push, and that is also the sends out of the equation, which is absolutely a huge opener there for XE36 roster. 37 seconds remaining, though the push continues onwards. Aksu is the one to get the better of Jade. It's all down to Machiko Kun and Asen as well to try to find any sort of isolations, and in fact they do. The swing is clean there. It's all down to, though, the Lion player to make anything possible here. It's 15 seconds to go. Two players are on the vertical. The drop down may be deadly, and in fact it will be. Aksu is the one to wrap it all up. 3-all once again is the scoreline.
Definitely came down there to the individual play of Mao, able to find that double kill, particularly on the Montaigne. Just completely shut down the attack, able to hold on to that power position for such a long time. And then we saw a few of his teammates try to hold on to that top floor control, but for the most part, most of it was time waste. Just did not allow the attackers any time in that 2v3 to find any kills through those vertical angles. And from there, I mean, dropping the hatch, as you said, basically impossible, especially now with the way that dropping works. Unable to ADS, taking that gunfight is practically impossible unless you get a very lucky hipfire shot. But good comeback there for XE36. A few of those rounds on that half looked pretty dire for them. 3-3 for them is probably the pass mark. Now we get to see if they carry over sort of the attacking style that they brought to Consulate for their first few rounds.
Exactly that. With ban phase all over already, Mira and Clash out of the equation. As a response from XE36 on the side of Vite, it's the Ying plus Glass that is being banned out. So any sort of smoke play will be back to very much just same rudimentary stuff, and try to just be ballsy and push through the smoke maybe to play around. But otherwise, not that much of a change in terms of the defensive lineups. Yes, we do see the introduction of Denari on the side of Vite, but otherwise the same sort of characters are reappearing yet again. The Chunker, the Smoke, the Thorn as well, specifically Thorn Shotgun, making the re-emergence. And on the side of E36, or rather XE36, it's the same familiar faces. Blackbeard is back on the play.
Yeah, I mean, Blackbeard in that first half of Consulate was probably the character that had the least amount of impact across most of the attacking rounds for XE36. We saw whoever was playing it was typically the first one to die. So Jin returning though. We're hoping with these narrower corridors can have a bit more of an impact, not having to play on windows too much. But I think for the most part, the problem with the Blackbeard on Consulate was the fact that they were trying to take too many gunfights for an operator that realistically should be an info gatherer, using that shield just to put as much pressure on the defenders as possible. And with that Dokkaebi as well, it's going to be really easy to clear out some of these hard power positions to the side of Vite. And we do see a bit of a slower attack here from XE36. Lair is one of those maps where going direct can be quite difficult. A lot of ways to hold onto site control and deny plants, so just doing what they need to do so far, it will take over operational and work their way to get that hard breach on the wall, start getting these angles in towards the corridor, not allowing any defenders to rotate in and out of sight.
Yeah, the ultimate lockdown is basically the idea here for the attack of XE36, and well, Vite is trying their best to just slow down things as much as possible with those door barricades as well. Half a round gone so far, not as much of a damage has been dealt, as Jin is taking his time with just making sure that the push is just as steady, as minimally risky there. I say that though, the oh man, it's a full-on push actually coming on out from the Blackbeard, despite the fact that he's also the well, the carrier for the diffuser, but it doesn't matter. It's a double kill to come on through. Mao is a little bit low on the HP, but all supplemented by the push from Blackbeard means that it is all A-okay. I say that though, 4 versus 3. Mao is on the deathbed as well, a single tap, and he is gone, so it looks like we might be seeing a push towards the R6 room instead.
Yeah, and I think that will be the correct decision. With Tashonka Flames denying so much entry here at the moment. Blackbeard's going to be able to go aggressive forward, but we'll get taken out by Jade. Asim will find another one in the meantime. He's back to 2v3. Akasu, it's a really nice shot onto Jade. We're back down to a 2v2, and they seem to have some pretty good information about where this player is inside of sight. And the peek's going to come through. Unable to hit the first shots, and will miss the second as well. Lugator playing in such an important position here. A really nice shot from Yu, and all of a sudden, it's a trade.
Ooh.
And the defenders will win the round. Vite scrape through by the skin of their teeth. It looked like with all that denial, they would have been able to deny that XE36 push, but unfortunately for the side of XE36, a trade does mean the defender will win the round.
I mean, still got pretty close, all things considered, but yeah, Lair so far has been a very much of a treacherous map when it comes down to trying to have any sort of stable footing on inside the building. And yeah, at the moment for Vite, they actually kept their cool pretty well. The Skopos is out as well now for Vite. They're looking to introduce the Greek operator, or rather the operator drones, into the play. I'm actually curious to see how will they be able to really play their cards, because we already got to see how XE36 plays their Skopos. For Jade here, arguably it's going to be one of the biggest opportunities to shine here as well, considering that Jade is also leading in the frags across the whole lobby as well. So one of the biggest performing players so far on Lair, and rightfully so, the big roaming op as well to make do. And I'm liking so far the positioning, a relatively safe spot for the secondary drone, and then, well, we go to the top floor with the main one. See how that will really pan out.
Yeah, and I think the main priority for Jade here in this round will be to sort of waste as much time on this middle floor, not allow the soft breach on the side of E36 to get a lot done in getting those angles in towards that. But actually looking at their lineup, doesn't look like they have any soft breach that will be able to get those angles in towards side. I guess if they decide to use an ace charge or perhaps one of the DMRs, we'll probably find a few little angles, but regardless, Jade with impacts in pocket will be able to get vertical of their own if they're left completely uncontested on this floor. Amos is going to initially track somebody, but that guy is in sight, so information not completely useful in this roam clear. And Machikokun, we saw on Consulate as well the effect of the echo drones, how important they are at keeping information and allowing your roamers a lot of utility off of sight.
Yeah, absolutely perfect opportunity here, though, to start sowing some chaos as well with the Deimos to cut off some of the positions and force the engagements to really start happening. Jin already taking a little bit of a damage, but it's Machikokun that does fall all down to just trying to nail some of those angles, but the Yu as well gets the better of yet another Vite player. The defense slowly but surely crumbling. The shotgun swings, but it's a double tap and a kill as well. It's all down to Jade and Asen to try to make it all work. 1 down, 3 more to go. Asen finds the finisher on Mugi as well. Jin is down. Aksu is the one of the healthier ones, and at the end, no, runs into the flames. The absolute stress of it all just gets to him at the end, and Skopos here melts it all.
melts the robot away. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good round there from XA36. The trouble that you run into when you're roaming on that middle floor and all you have really is impact grenades to get that vertical, it can be quite difficult to sort of help those teammates on site, and vice versa. The teammates on site need to be able to sort of hold their lives for as long as possible, but once that pressure came in from multiple angles, they really were pincered in the site. So XE36 completely understood the win condition there, take site control direct, not allow those vertical players much of a chance into the round. The Skopos as we've seen a few times, was able to rotate back down to site, find a couple of kills, but wasn't enough in the end.
I was about to say, interesting choice from XE36 to bring in Thinker, as well, considering not as much of the operator picks to actually back up that choice. But yeah, Grim does bring out a whole lot different, I would say, angle on this whole attack to just try to keep on slowly backing up the defenders into those very restricted positions. And certainly that could be one of the ideas and one of the plays here for XE36 to really try to consider. But otherwise, on the side of Vite, I mean, we're looking at once again a pretty steady lineup. The Solus, the Fenrir once again looking to come out. The Thorn as well has been a pretty solid choice no matter how you, or rather where you go, and right off the rip as well. Not even first 30 seconds done, and the first thermite charge, I believe, just rung out.
Yeah, it's going to be already difficult for XE36 to sort of navigate all of this denial utility. Thorn really does play a similar role to a smoke in the sense that being able to bring that shotgun as well as the CZ, which basically classifies as an SMG, just allows a lot of different areas of attack. Being able to fight in these narrow corridors with a shotgun, especially one as deadly as the M870, am I getting that right?
Yeah, M870, yeah, that's the one.
Is such an important thing. So, see here, Akusu's taken a little bit of damage so far, but not enough to really warrant any worry at the moment. And Vite, a lot of emphasis on holding this area up in the R6 room. Jin will find one with a grenade onto Jade. As your souls off the board, Machikakun will trade one back onto Jin, so Blackbeard once again having some impact, but losing their life. And now most of this top floor is going to be warranted to the attackers. They need to start clearing out this R6 room. Only a minute remaining. As we said before, a lot of utility to deny these entries. Much is going to find another one as well. Kusu taken out, and Mao finds one back. 2v3.
2v3 as well, yeah. With a minute remaining, still a little bit more time to work with, but so much already has been paid to just try to get that push into the R6 room done. And from here on, well, the time has been already spent. Wasted. Machikakun is still already on the second floor, still able to keep on being an absolute nuisance, and I don't think he is a known entity either, so a reswing here is going to be absolutely deadly, even if he just decides to just stick around, because at this point he's just going to walk right into the sights, or rather Mao is about to walk right into the sights of Machikakun, but 30 seconds remaining. In comes the swing. Not even yet. Asen is keeping his position. There's not really much time left, and the problem being is, well, yeah, there's also a wild Fenrir ready to rumble.
But with that info that the Fenrir is upstairs and that we've shot, it means that they're aware of at least one player that isn't on site. They're going to continue to take the fight. Mao will find him, and Mugi will find another one to one of those players on site. Asen's taken out.
Could it be?
Mao down to 1 HP in the site. Information on him. Lugator is going to have to hit this shot and deny this plant. That wall is reinforced. And now this fight with Mugi is so important, and it's a trade. And in this time, the attackers will win out from that trade. And XE36 from the jaws of defeat, able to take that round.
Yeah, the nerves once again kicked in there for Vite, I believe. The last few seconds as well, just missing out on that cross too, would have been an absolute unfortunate situation after the unfortunate situation. Third ban does finally come around, so for Vite, they have the opportunity here to maybe shut down the Blackbeard picks as well. Alternatively, yeah, it would be the Tachanka that will be gone. It's a thorn in the side no matter how you look at that pick, and the Lord himself, from meme to godhood, basically, really, after all of the reworks that happened, certainly has found his niche as well. So from here on, going into the next few rounds, we're seeing a bit of a shift, actually, in Vite's ideas, or at least, well, partially. The reintroduction of Echo and Denari sort of speaks the levels of, they want to just ensure that passively this is as much of just, a hurdle course for XE36 roster as possible, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And with Tachanka now off the board, who I think was probably the most defining factor in their first time defending this
True.
site. It means they lose a lot of that denial utility, and it does allow the Montaigne now to have a bit more free entry towards this top floor. We saw earlier how much of a hurdle, as you said, all of these utilities on the side of defense can be. The Denari, the Thorn, smoke canisters, as well as the Sazami set up there in the site. Very, very difficult to clear out these players. But
Yeah.
once again, we see the Flores on the board, so a lot of this utility should be dealt with, given no mute gemmers on the side of the defense either. And it's interesting now to see sort of how far people have strayed from playing Astral Zofia, right? As that soft breach for that utility denial. Flores seems to be the favorite pick for most, and you'd think that that would then warrant sort of a mute pick on most sites, but
yeah, it's curious, yeah, how that whole frag meta, I suppose, in some capacity did finally wither away in favor of something a little bit more sort of slower paced. And it's an interesting factor as well that you do raise, as it feels like we sort of keep on ping-ponging back between, like, we have a utility heavy meta, then frag meta, back to the utility heavy, and it's back and forth and just in different variations of such. And in this case, it feels like, yeah, we have very much back to a very similar sort of era of a lot of utility, a lot of trap play as well, considering, I mean, Denari is still very much of a potent pick, and now with how Azami interacts with a lot of these traps as well, you can make sure that you being very much of a nuisance in no matter which kind of situation as well. Half a round already done and dusted though. Mao does take quite a fair bit of damage, but Aksu's the one to find the finisher. That's the first frag to go into the hands of XE36. Ugh, not the situation that you want to find yourself in as a Vite player, aren't you?
No Vite player or Vite fan right now would be holding their breath. Jin, in fact, is going to find a second on this Montaigne. Really coming into this series now, I would have massive impact in these rounds. Leaves Vite in the 3v5. Mao is down to 1 HP, so could be classified as a 4v5 or a 4v3. Launch trap will go off, which gives information about where this player is pushing towards the R6 room corridor. And now it looks like the attack is going to come through quite quickly.
Yeah, already quite a quick, very hard push coming on in, and well, the plant is already going to be attempted to try to distract or at least force some sort of movement because, well, it's a full-on swarm. It's it is going to be a frag fiesta, full-on jump on in. Here we go. Here we are. A flawless round as well to boot, as XE36 can feel it. They can feel the end to the game. They already tasted blood. They want this conclusion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're just playing with confidence once again. It just seems like once they build their way into a map, all players start to really come together and make this work. With that Tachanka off the board as well, it meant that basically all of the utility for denial of that Montaigne came down to the Thorn and the Denari. But both of those utilities are quite easily dealt with, I think. Once you're a Montaigne, you can step in and out of the Thorn trap, able to sort of dodge that, and then Denari, it's pretty obvious where the Denari traps are in comparison to, say, something like a Cap Can where you can't see the lines. We do get the timeout here from Vite. I think it is probably the best time for them.
See, to me, it almost feels weird that it's only now that we get to see the timeout, because one round away from losing out the whole best of three, you've already been sort of showing that, you get a little bit flustered here and there, and especially against such a very high pressure attack that is XE36's. And only now bringing it all out feels almost negligent in some capacity to me. But I mean, look, let's see if anything does come out of this one, as Vite looking to try to rehash the info gathering game with the introduction of the Pulse. Lou Gator had a bit of an on and off game so far, so I'm not entirely sure how viable, at least at this stage, it will be. But look, only 2 points away from pushing it to OT, because maybe there is still, Pulse to be checked up on by Vite.
10 seconds. Yeah, I think probably in that timeout, just realizing that most of these attacks for the moment are coming quite direct with this Montaigne. We can see there from XE36, it's basically the exact same lineup coming through with the Flores, with the Havana and the Montaigne. Opting for double hard breach as well, so just making sure they have all bases covered when it comes to opening up angles towards that site. And yeah, just understanding that with the direct push, it's probably not a whole lot of info on that middle floor, so the Pulse should be able to navigate quite easily around there and have an impact with the information, but a lot of that information does come down to where he places his C4. If that C4 does not get the kill, specifically on the Montaigne as well, I feel like a bit of a waste to the Montaigne here, just making his way up towards the site. Not going to be swayed, perhaps, by the
not yet.
By the Pulse, but once that information comes to light, then maybe a little bit more careful about where he steps.
Yeah. On the other end as well, it's interesting to see that Aksu is looking to maybe play the downstairs, try to maybe flush out the Pulse, as well as there is still quite a substantial presence, mainly on the top floor. So for Vite, they may not be expecting the Inquisition to come through maybe from down below, but Aksu is very much keen on the idea of finding this Pulse. Otherwise, look, minute and 42 seconds until we potentially have the decider for this best of three, and XE36 roster very much feel this, but the C4 comes on through. Swing is there for the recovery. The trade is nice and clean. The one ace out of the equation, there is still, thankfully for E36 roster, a Hibana still to work with. So not all is lost, but still, nonetheless, a trade is a trade there. Fight. We'll need to make sure that they are playing their cards right here. The angle is perfect, and that is Akusu gone. Follow up a Thorn device as well to try to fend off the Blackbeard, or at least, or pardon me, what am I saying? Not the Blackbeard, the Monty, but regardless of that, that is another one that bites the dust. All down to Yu and Mao to try to seal the deal right here, right now. And if the CZ75 keeps on ringing out the way it did, this might be a fairly short-staffed round here.
45 seconds remaining, just about. 2v4. And with that Montaigne now off the board, it takes a lot of the pushing power out of these narrow corridors. It becomes really difficult to sort of work their way past these Thorn traps. As well, with the smoke utility and the Denaris on these windows, it becomes basically impossible to make their way into the building uncontested. Now, he's going to have to tank that Denari wire just to make his way in here. So has to find a few angles in through server hallway. This first fight's going to be really important. I don't think he's aware of the player standing above him, and that's going to be him taken out. Yu will find one back, but that is how the round will end. Machiko-kun will finish it off. Really good positioning there. Down to a 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 indeed. Nice and close scoreline. Now, the question being is, will Vite be able to really keep up to their wits and continue this run? Maybe that tactical timeout was, in fact, that key element to really get them back on track here. Lab, though, and lab support, the basement site to come on through, and previously it has been relatively chaotic as well, no matter whether it's for the defense or the offense. So I'm wondering if same can be said here as well for this coming round. If we do get to see Vite win out this round, there's still an opportunity for them to push this into OT and potentially drag us into the Chalet as well, the map number 3. Should XE36 roster, though, win this very round, that is it for the best of 3. They will be the ones to claim the spot and send Vite into the lower bracket finals as well.
Yeah, a lot of the line. Really big round here for Vite to keep their dreams alive of making it into APAC North, making their way into the grand final as well of these playoffs. So interested to see how E36 decide to play this round. It looks like they've got a pretty similar lineup to the first time they played it, with the exclusion of the Montaigne. I think it's probably the first attacking round we've seen from them so far where the Montaigne isn't on the board.
And
the
it's a bit of a switch
introduction,
around.
yeah, and the introduction of the castle on the side of the defense. Just looking to sort of slow down a bit for this direct push. Echo Drone will get a bit of information about what's going on just outside of the site, and as we mentioned earlier, the Scopos able to rotate back and forth from site to the roam quite quickly. So about a minute gone in the round, not a whole lot of ground taken by the side of the attack. Just doing everything they can to clear out this middle floor. Not allowing any of this vertical control. They're going to be very aware of the Scopos just running around up here. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining. Quite a fair bit of the drones already out of the equation, which isn't particularly spelling too good of a situation for XE36, but the information is known, at least where the castle is, but, well, as you would expect, castle will be close by to the site. Calls ring out one more time. I believe that is just one more remaining of the recharges for the logic bomb to come on through, as Aksu should be able to just ring it out fairly early. Minute 26 push is a bit more stale now at the moment, as we are looking at E36 trying to find just the right angle to really make the push happen, and the Twitch drones unfortunately weren't as successful as they were hoping to try to hunt down the Echo drones for that, well, rather to deny the denial. The push is still very much well and healthy. Not a single frag is yet to be found, and, well, only now we might just start the swing. And another set of calls come on through. The flashbangs are there. Lugator tagged up to all hell and found as the first frag. The first blood has been drawn. Mao is gone as well. The re-swings come on through. It's a trade. Asen out of the equation. Switch around coming in for the Scopos as well, but Mugi is gone. It's all down to Match Cocoon, Matcha, and Jade to try to do anything here, as one more bites the dust. It's all down to Aksu and Yu. The plant has not been down either as well with 23 seconds. Now they have to be very, very clean about how they're really making their play here. Not exactly enough time, and Jade does wrap it all up. Vinny, we get to see the overtime as well here for map number 2. Potentially a comeback is very much now real.
Yeah, after losing 3 in a row, Vite able to fight back and take it to OT. I think it's probably well deserved on this map so far. It seems like both teams have had their way on a few of these rounds, but we are now going to see the side of XE36 back on their attack. Had a lot of success early on in that half, but towards the end just sort of dropped out after that timeout. It seemed like Vite just had the upper hand. Able to sort of make a few little adaptations, nothing too major, just to try get a leg up on a few of these rounds. We saw the Pulse last time they defended this site, was able to find a bit of an impact, getting that ace kill before getting traded back. We don't see it this round. Looks like they're going back towards more of a hard breach denial setup, bringing through the Two-Brow and the Bandit. So maybe just changing up sort of where they laid their priorities, not allowing XE36 any free ways of getting angles into the site, and not allowing this Montaigne entry into the site with those big hard breaches.
Yeah. At this point, I'm wondering what exactly would be the big solution here for XE36 to try to push through and try to survive this, what feels like a gauntlet, really, when you put it into perspective. The way how Vite really been playing, they've been taking them on quite a fair bit of an experience as well, and just, you know, forcing them to fight for every inch of the ground inside the building. Whereas on the Vite side, look, their positioning has been very much made crystal clear, and certainly going into these first few rounds, if they do manage to keep their defense nice and steady, this should be well and truly their map to take.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to get a similar sort of attack here on the side of XE36. The Buck is going to try solo take that mid floor, droning themselves in. It can be quite a tough task when you have to take this vertical control, look up through the vertical, and contest people that are trying to contest you on this middle floor. There's a fair bit of information set up already, though, so should have the flanks covered. Once the rest of his team is in position to sort of take this direct across, and get one of his teammates to flip through those cams and just kind of keep him safe while he goes to work on the people on site. A minute 45 remaining. Defenders just playing in these power positions. Attackers also doing everything they can
Ooh.
not to give away a pick.
Big.
And in fact, Akasu is going to find one immediately through the floor. And
That's a bandit as well.
Yeah, the bandit off the board is going to be a major drawback for the side of Vite. That hard breach denial already dealt with, and this Montaigne now is going to have free reign to walk through this corridor.
Yeah, this is actually huge right now with still a minute 15 remaining and the Retero drones now clearing out the last few bits of utility. This should make things a little bit easier and a little bit less problematic, though there's still the question of Matcha being on the smoke and just denying some of the pushes. But no, it's a full-on cross. It's a decision to completely avoid that whole desk room as well, and well, forced to just really play for the picks, and then certainly so, well, at least it's a trade, but comes at a very hefty cost. Mugi down to low HP. Jin is completely out of the equation. 45 seconds remaining, 4v3. If Asen is able to make this play, if the CZ75 brings the dividends, this might be big, but no, instead it's a frag. It's potentially a second one. Aksu is unable to actually capitalize on that re-swing as well, and now it's all down to Matcha and Asen with the absolute choke point of a positioning, but the re-swing doesn't even come on through yet. The CZ is there. No, not enough time to react, and all down to Matcha. Now it just needs to be overpowered. In comes the swing. That's one, potentially two. Not enough space, not enough time, and not enough rounds really for that matter, as XE36 do finally break the streak that Vite managed to establish.
They do break the streak, and I mean, that is a massive round for XE36. They really did struggle towards the end of their attacking half in regulation, and being able to pick up that round now and move over to the defense where they've had so much success is going to be really strong for them. The Buck immediately getting all the value that they needed, able to take out that bandit on site. Not only does that relieve the pressure on the hard breach, it also relieves the pressure in that side of the site. It forces one of the defenders to retake that position, and we saw there, once that position was cleared, the Montaigne decided not to go into the site, but actually to cross, start putting pressure across on the other side of the map. And yeah, XE36 able to trade it all out right there at the end. We saw in that 3v1, I thought maybe the Buck went in a little bit too hastily, losing their life for free, but it was good closure from his teammates.
All but a ruse, Vinny. All but a ruse. Just to bait out the swings and the shots at the end of it all. But yeah, no, it was still a very valiant effort there from Vite to just try to keep on fighting back. But it looks like, yeah, XE36 did manage to sort of lock in for a brief moment, get the closing frags done and dusted, shut down mainly Asen, who was an absolute thorn in the side as well, pun unintended, considering that he was playing thorn for the most of it on defense, but he was an absolute menace when it came down to the defense, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He's had a really good map so far. Just able to use these thorn utilities about as well as you can. Obviously the gadget has been buffed, but still is one of those gadgets where it can be pretty easy to avoid if you just have the right timing or if you have the right information. So being able to use that effectively is a skill in itself. See now, on the side of the attack, on the side of Vite, Montaigne is back in play. Ying as well on the board. So not something we've seen a whole lot so far. This Maverick is going to be able to start going to work on this mirror wall. Although that could spell his demise if not covered by one of his teammates. You can see here they're actually just going to give up on it for now. Maybe decide to use... Oh, they don't have any hard breach charges. So yeah, they're going to completely give up on that wall. Decide just that hole is enough pressure. What that does mean is this position can be held by Akasu for basically the rest of this round. If they decide to go through the main corridor and open up that wall, the bandit trick should be able to come through. So just flipping the attack here. It looks like maybe they're going to opt towards an R6 room push.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad of an idea, but considering that they will still need to put some pressure onto the main staircase, this is where a good bulk of the defense will actually still be very much present. And Lugator still has the vertical angle, but just opting to not really push too far out, meaning that really there's still going to be quite a fair bit of the safe zone really to play for Jin. And otherwise, yeah, minute 17 remaining. Candela finally starting to roll on out. I wonder if that will be enough to actually make the push happen. But with the Chunker still being present, it is not an easy feat to really do. And the C4 does claim the life of Jade. That is the floor is out of the equation. Some more of the fire starting to come out to just prevent the entry towards the actual master office. And even then, I mean, there's still so much space to really play with. And the defense has such a comfortable position for Vite. A borderline a miracle will need to happen as the Chunkers DP25 rings out. Asen looking to try to claim maybe a frag here and there, but it's a jump in with the Candelas that may be the deal breaker, as right now it's a pressure heavy one while statted against the Maverick as the Bandit is just trying to fight back, and in fact he will be traded out, but the damage has been done. No more of that hard breach at all, and the damage towards Matcha, unable to sprint as the fire there is going to be in fact claiming him. That's one, maybe two. It's all down to Match Cocoon to try to make it all happen, but the shotgun is not enough to close it all out. It is going to be a GG. Well played. XE36 roster do advance into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic series from both teams. They showed that both of them are competitive enough to play these maps. Lair was a super close one, and Vite tomorrow going to have to play in the lower bracket finals and fight for their place.
Yeah, very much the case. Good game, though. 2-0 for E36, though Vite, as you said, did push it pretty deep to OT at the end of it. A bit of a chaotic round. What was going on with the Maverick there, Cthulhu? He's going around to the main wall. He's opening a tiny little hole. He's threatened by that mirror. He rotates over, and then he gets shot in the face. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, yeah, I feel it's a case of just getting flustered, really, because a lot of pressure was put onto the Maverick. A lot of the hard breaching was sort of placed solely on him. And in the way how really XE36 roster were playing their defense, there wasn't really any safe ground to really play around, whereas with somebody like even a Thermite, Ace, or Hibana, you could have some sort of leeway to really make a play around. But in this case, yeah, I think Vite almost overcooked with their lineup.
Yeah, so of course at the end of it, it is a big congratulations to XE36. They make a return to the APL APAC North. After we talked about it last year, they had a few big upset moments, making it to the APAC major qualifier in Australia. But at the end of it, they do manage to get back into that same league again. Vite now do have a second life though, Vinny. They're going to have to go down into that lower bracket final. It's going to be up against, let me get this name right because this is a confusing one to try and say. Can You Be My Enemy, I think is their name, CYBME. And look, Vite actually have a pretty recent result against them. It's the exact same team that Vite 7-1, 7-2 to get here in the first place. So while it is a bit of a tough pill to swallow for Vite, losing this, especially after getting so close in overtime, they do have another chance. And it's still pretty likely that they are going to make it into APL.
Yeah, I mean, they should definitely be the favourites going into tomorrow's match. They've actually played Can You Be My Enemy twice through these qualifiers, both in the playoffs and the Swiss stage, and beaten them both times. So they should be reasonably confident in their ability to play against this team. They should bring a lot of confidence also from tonight's result. Obviously, it didn't go the way they wanted to. Consulate, there were moments where they looked like they could have been in that map. And then obviously on Lair, being able to push it to overtime after being down shows a lot of mental fortitude. So I think we're going to see a very similar performance from them tomorrow, and possibly against a team that historically hasn't played as well. They're able to have a much better performance.
Yeah, yeah. Let's focus up on E36 or XE36 for a moment then. Cthulhu, of course, they are now the 7th team to be in the APAC North for 2026, joining Scars, CAG, FearX, XPSG Talon, D+, and of course Kinotrope. It's looking like we're actually very heavily stacked towards Japan in this region, which historically has been all about Japan and Korea. We've now got 2 actual Korean teams, 1 Brazilian team that's playing under a Korean organization, and all of the other teams are going to be Japanese.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And I mean, Japan as a sub-region has been absolutely phenomenal to watch perform, and seeing them sort of return to a pretty sizable capacity in these qualifiers as well has been an interesting sort of trend to sort of follow through, because on one end we have some of the returning faces as the XE36 roster that gets another chance to prove themselves, mind you, against a pretty stacked lineup in the APAC league for the APAC North. And then you also have the potential in Vite, who has a bit of a mix of some experienced players. For the most of it, it's the new blood that is being introduced to the higher tier of play. And I think this appearance, if they do manage to obviously qualify tomorrow, Vite has a phenomenal opportunity to really grow in by almost every match. Whereas on the side of E36, they just once again shown that, they have very much every possible right to stay in APL. And for that matter, they have the opportunity to really grow even further and show that they are very much worthy of their place.
Yeah. I should hope so. APAC North is looking very competitive, and as you said, Vite looking pretty strong. They're not done yet. They do have to go down into that lower bracket final to play Can You Be My Enemy? Talk about Japanese teams. Vinny, another Japanese team here in Can You Be My Enemy has a chance to make it through to APAC North. But realistically, do we think there is any shot that they can take it to Vite?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, we were talking during that last map. If on any given day, any team can play either above or below the expectations, Vite definitely are going into that map as the favorite. Can You Be My Enemy did take a map off them during the Swiss stage, so they do have the ability to take maps off a team like Vite. But as I said, Vite going into this as the favorites. They showed today that they're competitive against good teams, and they should be hoping to take that out tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic. So our final game of APAC North Challenger Series playoffs will happen tomorrow, but we're not done for tonight. We actually are next up going to go across the pond just a little bit to go and look at some Asia League. So, of course, the Challenger Series for APL divided into the three parts of the APL: Oceania, APAC North, and Asia. Next game, I'm actually going to say goodbye to you guys for. We'll get in some new casters, but I'd love to hear your take before we go. The game that we'll be playing next up is the upper bracket final for Asia. It's going to be, I hate to say it, but their team name is 6-7 up against Dolphin Esport. Now, 6-7 is the old Fury roster with some changes, so it's like Colas, Exilotic, Critche, BG Man, and Peep. And then on the other side of that, we've got Dolphin, which is Sunstrike, Hoxless, Tenoria, Kyunjichan, and Killers, I think you said.
Yep.
Players that I personally am not familiar with on the side of Dolphin. How do you guys feel coming into that game? Cthulhu, I hear your take first.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I had a glance, saw the X-Fury roster versus what used to be known as the Varian X roster. This is looking to be a very much, I feel, a very strongly towards 6-7 victory here. Though I am hoping that ever since the last appearance that I saw from Varian X, they will be able to show a little bit more bite. From at least the historical point, this is looking to be almost a similar sort of game to what Can You Be My Enemy versus... Can You Be My Enemy's last game, really, against the Japanese counterparts Bin, which is a 7-2, 7-1 loss. So 6-7 has the perfect opportunity here to just absolutely run them down and claim their spot.
Vinny, any take here?
I was going to say, I don't think I need to say words. Right? I mean, I know how much damage that X-Fury roster has done to me throughout my career. I know how strong they are. And, I mean, they've been together for such a long time. They have such good team chemistry, and they know exactly how each other plays, and they have their defined play style, and they play it very well. So I'm expecting a really strong performance from them, and I expect to see them in the Asia League this year.
Yeah, indeed. 2026 is fast upon us. We're already in March. We're already a quarter of the way through the year. But, of course, we haven't yet started APL. We are getting into the Challenger Series. It's time for our upper bracket final of the Asia League coming up after this break. Stick around for more APL. Welcome back, everybody, to the APL Challenger Series. We've had a changing of the guard here on the analyst desk. I've got some new friendly faces. Spartan, Xenox. I'll start with you, Spartan. Welcome back to the Challenger Series. How you been?
It's been good. Been good. Always watching all the community casts and then obviously the previous games as well. So always good to see some Cease and some APAC North games. And then we always love our OCE going on.
Sorry, Jake, did you just get flashbanged or something? I thought I saw.
I don't know why it's so dark. So I'm trying to fix it on my end.
I think Blitz has snuck into your house.
How are we, James? It's good to be back.
Yeah, mate. I got to say, it's been a while since you and I have been on the same show together.
Yeah.
Loving it, loving it. All right, so we're getting into things now. It's our third upper bracket final, if you count the OS one that was forfeited. Earlier today in APAC North, we saw VT lose out and X-E36 qualify for the APL. Here in Asia, all of the three teams that are qualifying for APL through the Challenger Series are already qualified. It's 6-7, Dolphin Esport, and 7th Heaven. But, of course, we still have some final seeding games and a bit of money to play for. So here in the upper bracket final, 6-7 versus Dolphin Esport. I'm going to start with you, Summit Spartan. So we know 6-7 very well. Back in the day, they were known as Fury. They've been to plenty of international events. They've had some roster changes, but we really expect them to be the #1 team out of this whole bracket.
Definitely. They have the most amount of experience out of all the teams that we've seen here. They've been playing consistently. Although there's a slight roster switch up for this playoff, most of them have been played together constantly on and off. So I feel like they've got the mojo, they've got that experience. It might be very, very favored towards X-Fury here.
Yeah, and Dolphin Esport, previously known under a couple of other names like Varian X, for example. Also a team from Thailand, but Jake, we really don't expect them to hold much of a candle here, do we?
No, not in this particular matchup, but kind of what I want to see from them is competitiveness, right? I mean, I don't want to say their name. Can I just call them Six? Can I just call them Six?
You can try, man. I don't know. We're all pretty boomer here in the gaming
we are,
community.
But anyway, as for X, or I can just call them X Fury. I'll go with that one. Goes without saying they're expected to win this, but for Dolphin, for these guys, and you're right, Variant X, and also not all of them are super young. Like Killers, for example, is going to be turning 26 this year. So this is not a case of an up-and-coming young team from Thailand where, you know, we haven't really seen much of them. They've had opportunities in the past. They've been playing the game for a while, but now they've been able to at least get themselves into this position where they can make Pro League and maybe go for a little bit more than what they've been able to do years gone by. But this is the next step. Can they be competitive against X Fury? Don't have to win this game. Doesn't really matter, let's be honest. But be competitive. Cannot allow a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and look, Dolphin Esport, they've had a bit of a warm-up through the bracket so far here in the playoffs. They've played against two of the South Asian teams that you might have seen if you've been watching the APL on the South Asian region for a while. Both Seeb Warriors and Shaheens, Dolphin Esport was able to take down. But let's get into the map veto here. Of course, Dolphin coming as the underdogs. They're going to need every advantage they can get. Map veto kicks off, and... okay, I can't tell. Is that Dolphin Esport picking the first map or 6-7 picking the first? I can't tell.
I believe Dolphin picked the first map. Yeah.
All right. Team logos are the same for both teams. So, yeah, Dolphin Esports kicking things off on Nighthaven Labs. Any expectations there, Spartan?
Well, we have seen them play Nighthaven Labs a bit in the last playoff days. So they have that experience on there, but they are obviously going up against the Giants of 6-7. So I think we'll see some competitiveness, but it's going to be hard to really capitalize on that map pick, I think, for Dolphin Esports here.
And Jake, I'm looking back and we've seen a hell of a lot of labs from 6-7. I think the last two games they've won 7-1, 7-1 on that map. Is it going to be a third 7-1 in the row?
Yeah, that was going to be my point as well. So, you know, thanks, James. Wonderful host / analyst, apparently. No, a good pick up from you because it does make it a little bit strange then from the side of Dolphin. I know they just beat Hasib Warriors on it yesterday, 7-2, so they'll feel pretty confident. But when you look at who they're playing against and what they've done on the map as well, and Chalet too, by the way, has been in the map vetoes for X Fury across both of their previous two matches. So they'll look at this veto, they'll be pretty happy. Whether Lair is the kind of map that, well, even Lair was technically the decider map against 7th Heaven for X Fury and didn't ban it in their first match. So they'll come into this probably thinking all three maps we can win. And that just adds even more of an expectation, probably on a 2-0.
Yep. So 2-0 for you, Jake. 2-0 for you, Spartan. Or do you think that there might be a way for Dolphin to get a leg up here and maybe win a map?
I think it will still probably go 2-0 to 6-7. It's going to be quite difficult. But as you were kind of talking about, Xenox, I think this is a great chance for Dolphin Esports to get that experience, build up on their plays, and potentially catch 6-7 off guard a little bit in a few of their plays. But it's going to be a very hard ask to actually take a map, let alone 2, and the best of 3 series against 6-7 here.
Yeah. Well, it is a Thailand derby. It's a David and Goliath matchup. Our ex-Fury roster now under 6-7 look to make their return to the APL. Take it away, Jake and Spartan.
Yeah, very, very quickly. We need to stop with this naming, Spartan. If we're going to cast together, you got to go X-Fury.
Okay, X-Fury it is.
Okay?
My
Yeah,
hands are getting
perfect.
tired at the moment.
Look, the thing with these kind of games, when it's a bit of a dead rubber, not a lot on the line, you could, if you're X-Fury, take the foot off the pedal a little bit, but I just don't imagine they will. There's a lot there for them this season, getting into Asia Pro League. They're a team that have been able to play really, really high quality of Siege over the last couple of years. They want to get back to the top end within their region. So I think they really need to try and take this game seriously, come into this without giving things away. But let's be real, those days are gone. Win this comfortably. That has to be on the front of their mind. If they don't and they take the foot off and they allow Dolphin to have some fun, whether they win or lose, doesn't matter, I'll be a bit disappointed. I want to see X-Fury come into this game and really flex their muscles.
And it will be a great chance to kind of test their strategies on all different skills. Obviously, they've gone through the playoffs and won flawlessly through there. But as the competition gets higher, they obviously have to test the strats against the higher and stronger teams. So definitely agree with what you're saying there, Xenox. But we also think maybe they try a few of the more basic strats, making sure their fundamentals are down on track rather than maybe their crazy explosive ones. Leave that when they're maybe 4 or 5 rounds up, but we'll have to wait and see. And it looks like we have a little bit of a timeout.
Yeah, I did see a comment in game regarding C's. I wonder if it's maybe wrong server. Could potentially be the case. We'll get an update on that as we do progress. Good pause, by the way, with 1 second on the clock.
Yep.
If there is an issue, you've left it to the last second, but it has come through. I was just looking at the lineup. So Peeps has come into this lineup for the X-Fury guys. Now, obviously, BG Man, Lycolis, Exolotic, who at times has been that kind of sub role with Crit J. We know Crit J is one of the best players in the whole region. You kind of look to him and think, could he maybe found a top team to really contend and go to international events? Peeps kind of came onto the scene. He was on Arrival 7. I'm trying to think of what year it was. So, yeah, it was really just the start of last year. And he came onto the scene and actually performed quite well. And people were saying, well, Peeps is going to get picked up, etc. And it's kind of finally come to fruition. Indeed, it looks like I think we were on the wrong server. And so they'll back out. We'll get the lobby remade. It's always how these things go. That lobby was ready for like the last 10 minutes, but it was wrong the whole time.
Yeah.
We had no idea. But again, I think Peeps, if this X-Fury roster is to get to new heights, you probably need that younger, rookier kind of player in Peeps who's had a year under his belt to help lead that way. It can't just be Crit J or bust.
No, definitely not. And it means he can bring a new spark to the scene, which obviously they have been quite successful, but not super successful in the international scene whenever they get to their place, the X-Fury roster. So bring in, I think, a little bit of new blood, a little bit of new spark, and coming up with these new strategies or different plays and kind of then resetting the roles in the team as well, I think is needed, particularly to see how far this little group of 5, well, I'm not going to say the numbers, but this group of 5 members, how far they can go. I think it'll be quite interesting to see.
And it is also fascinating, right, when we're kind of talking about this discussion, that Peeps has joined X-Fury. His old team, which was Team Curie prior to that, of course, Arrival 7, has actually now been signed by Fury. So
yes.
Fury's got their hands in all of the pies. But for me, turning our attention a little to Dolphin, which, I mean, I gotta be honest, I haven't actually seen these guys play Variant X is a team that we saw back in the day, but again, never at the sort of really top end within the region. It would be nice to see new names, new faces within the Asia region. Ideally, would have been even better if they were maybe a little bit younger, but age is irrelevant. Let's be honest. If these guys are in their mid-20s and they find their best form, that's all that matters. So you look at the run, Shaheen's Hasib Warriors 2-1-2-1, doesn't feel with a lot of confidence, probably then going into X Fury. So for me, it's just the curiosity match. Again, when there's nothing on the line, reiterating for those watching along at home, these two teams have already qualified. What are they going to bring to the table in this matchup? So that's my kind of storylining for this match is what can Dolphin do? Can they keep it close, make it competitive, give X Fury a good run for their money, or do they kind of just fall over because they think, well, the game doesn't matter?
It will be interesting to see in this case. So if you're objectively thinking, hey, we've just got into Pro League, that's amazing new next step for Dolphin Esports, then the next step would always be thinking how to get that experience, the scrim knowledge, the practice then to actually compete with the rest of the teams throughout all of Pro League. So as a great opportunity, as we say, X Fury, they've been there for years in that tier 1 scene. Perfect time to learn a few things, go against things, but it also means they can test out potentially their fundamentals, their strategies that they haven't had the chance to test on with the faster pacing of tier 1, with the faster coordination of the tier 1 team. So I think prime opportunity to see how Dolphin Esports actually go against a higher tier team, but it also means they have plenty of time to actually figure out where their pros and where their cons are and how they're going to improve over the next couple of weeks.
And we'll see on this graphic, as I can hear in the background, I think we're pretty close to getting underway. Seventh Heaven also qualifying with their win over Young Generation. They'll play again tomorrow in that lower final. That's just for money difference from my understanding. That'll be the three teams that have qualified for Asia. APAC North, though, tomorrow does have a game that matters. I don't believe OS does either, though. So I think for the Challenger Series matches for I guess the APAC region tomorrow, it is only going to be that one APAC North game that has any bearing on Pro League. And for both Asia and OS, it is going to be just some money difference matches as we finally get underway. Nighthaven Labs, first map up. And despite X Fury winning this map twice in the previous 2 matches in this tournament, it is Dolphin that did select it. They, of course, did get a solid result in their previous game on this map as well, so figured why not give themselves a test. And with X Fury starting on defense, Spartan, 6-0, 5-1 is probably the expectation. So, look, you're playing with house money if you're Dolphin. Have a crack. And Nighthaven Labs is a difficult map to attack into, let alone against a superior opponent. Command server first up.
Yep, and they'll be all over the map on the defense. We know that X Fury can be quite aggressive and will never give free space up really quickly, particularly at the start of the round. They love running around and getting aggressive, getting in the faces of their attackers coming in, which, looking at their lineup, we obviously see crits on the Valkyrie, so might be lurking below, trying to protect the mirrors that they have in Lycolus's pockets. But it also means he has the flexibility to roam around the entire first floor, causing issues for Dolphin Esports, getting in their heads potentially. But that free information as well, all it is delay, and we have an Azami, Mamlusi, and Amira with the Wabai to cover everything later on in the deeper part of the site. It's going to be very difficult to push through all of that without these multiple angles that Dolphin Esports will have to bring.
Yeah, and Peeps is going to play the Azami warehouse, so that's going to block off the IT side push. Dolphin need to make sure they spread, open up connector, hallway, and try and put some pressure in as well through electrical. This can't just be, go for IT. And you got the Monty as well, so if you want, you're very versatile when it comes to command server when you do get access to the Monty, so electing to not ban it away. X Fury, you can push up rafters and put pressure onto Peeps. So if you're going to go for this IT open up, you send the Monty in through warehouse, get him up the stairs, put pressure on the Azami, try and force him back into sight. And it's just based on the way they're set up right now. And chat, by the way, is in vending and now in lounge on the box, so he can go hunting. No on first floor for X Fury, which means he does have the ability to put pressure onto IT from below with no repercussion.
Like Hollis is lurking bottom aqua, so potentially aware that they might go for the mirrors there, but no engagements as of yet. Peeps setting up his keeper barriers, but there we go. Like Hollis does pick up the opening kill on Killers and a refrag as well. Cat's taking down BG, so 1 for 1. They're getting down control, but I think Monty's trying to push up Rafters here, putting the pressure on the site, but Peeps has an answer Zen.
Yeah, that's a really good kill onto the Monty from Peeps, defending his position. Now, it's a 3v3, lots of time. That's good news for Dolphin. Bad news, though, they've lost the Monty. Monty really, really strong at being able to push into this site of Command Server. Well, that's a fight there if you're Peeps. You don't really need to take those. Yes, you're shooting top down, but it's a 3v3. Don't really want to be giving them another kill here. If you're X-Fury, you're happy to kind of just sit back, play site 3v3, force Dolphin to have to push into you. Don't have to get overly aggressive. That's a nice swing, though, from Crit J. And he can be the aggressor, though. That's what he's known for in this region. Fragging power, star power, goes on the roam, gets the kill, now makes it a 3v2, looking for X-Fury to consolidate site now.
Diffuser dropped across Rafters as well. They're trying to push in IT and Rafters together, but they're all pushing from one angle, which means there's the disadvantage. Peeps takes down Holux as well, leaving Sunstrike in a 1v3. Does pick up another, though, left in 2v1 here.
Well, you know he's close. You know exactly where Peeps is playing. He's probably expecting to get wrapped on with the push through from IT, keep a barrier in the way. He's got 35 seconds. This is winnable for Sunstrike. You know exactly where Crit J is, and you know exactly where Peeps is. You have information on both of them. Does he know that Peeps is cross left side, gets the down? Crit J, though, then gets active, finds the trade immediately off that down onto Peeps. A decent effort from Sunstrike, but falls short in the 1v2. And in the end, X-Fury hold on this top floor, a site they should be always winning.
So a lot closer than I thought that would be for the first round here. Dolphin Esports, they had their clear plan. They did ban both electricals so they could get into IT very quickly with the Habana. And then the Monty putting the pressure on the Rafters, really trying to push up there. But we saw X-Fury, they had an answer for the Monty. But Dolphin Esports, they had those refrags. And we saw the Buck go below, did his job to open the mirror up later. And then even there, they all were pushing together, trying to go for those refrags. So I'm really seeing potential in Dolphin Esports. They've got their fundamentals. They know what they're doing for their general push, how they're dealing with that util. Just X-Fury. They have that connection with each other. They have that coordination with each other, which just beat them out at the start. But it is round 1, Xenox, and I feel like after that round, it should have been a bit of a landslide, but it wasn't. So I feel like this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Command Server, a site that X-Fury should be winning 9 times out of 10. We go down to basement. We do see like Colas on the Caveira, so that's going to be a bit of a cheeky selection. Why not? In a game that doesn't really matter, you may as well have a bit of fun, right? Probably wouldn't see like Colas on the Cav playing basement on labs in a high pressure game where the result matters. Yeah, look, not impossible. We're seeing it every now and then, but it's certainly not a common pick. And he's just having fun over towards lobby with the Blackbeard, and now stuck into the corner. He's got pressure at the window, but he makes the cross. Should never ever have been allowed. That's on Killers. That's not on Real. That's on Killers. At the window, you've got him pinched in. You're getting pressure from your Blackbeard, and they allow Lycolas to make the cross, then hits the headshot on the Blackbeard, and he gets 2 kills. That is probably round done. Really nicely done from Lycolas. I don't want to take anything away from him, but Killers probably has to get that kill once he's crossing out of that corner position.
Which they had that live information. There were multiple members of Dolphin Esports behind there as well, and they didn't go for that extra refrag there. As you say, just a little bit of miscommunication maybe. Maybe the pressure's coming in, but didn't expect like Hollis to actually swing out. But also, why are you dropping the Blackbeard shield when you have your gun up next to you? That's something that shouldn't really happen. But round 2, things have happened. Like Hollis able to get away safely, and then we go drones getting wasted. We see no drones in pocket for any of the members on Dolphin Esports, so they're lacking that information to be able to deal with this roam clear, where there's still plenty of roamers, top floor and middle floor, so there's nowhere near actually getting to site, and there goes another one.
Yeah, and they had a good opportunity this round, Dolphin. I mean, like, Hollis kind of trolling a little bit, playing the Cav, having some fun. He goes lobby, takes an early contest, and then here comes the Blackbeard. That's where it should have, at one point, been a 5v4 for Dolphin. and to then be able to use the numbers in the clear out of the roam. But as soon as Lycolis makes that play, it becomes pretty difficult then for Dolphin to get back into the game. You've lost the Blackbeard. That's not going to help them on the roam clear. You're also just naturally down 2 players in general. So with the extra numbers, the defenders can get more aggressive, and in the end, the round plays out as expected. So failed the test on basement, but didn't also really get to test basement the site. Now we go to the tertiary, control and storage for round 3. And as we usually say at this point, Ninehaven Labs, very common, 2-0 scoreline. You gotta win this one if you're Dolphin. Otherwise, straight back up, top floor, 4-0 looks likely. And this is kind of the course that you can really find happens often on this map.
Yeah, Ninehaven Labs defense, very strong, particularly if you have such an aggressive defense, which we see X-Fury have. Always happy to roam, always happy to go for those kills, making sure that no space is taken.
Yeah, but that gets punished by the best teams. That's the thing, right?
Yes,
so that gets punished by the best. And I mean, that's where for X-Fury, that's fine. They can play that way against Dolphin in this match, and expecting them to do that, have some fun. Crit J's on the Vigil. He's now going to probably fill the similar role to what we saw from Lycolis in the previous round. They can play top floor. They can lock that down. Now, it is going to be a tough ask for Dolphin, but they have to just back themselves in these gunfights as they're clearing across. Ninehaven Labs, especially on control storage, doesn't play that differently to what you would naturally see on command server if you want to play that way. Open up IT, get control of IT, go for that storage plant, but you can go for control. You can open up the map, play the gunfights, and X-Fury will give you those opportunities.
Which, looking at Dolphin Esports lineup, they don't have a lot of vert. Not a lot of vert. They have a couple of super shorties in the back pocket, but it does mean even if they get that vert control, they don't have a lot of vert vision throughout unless X-Fury have already set up, but most of that will be towards defense, not attack. So Dolphin Esports have to think, do they want to actually try isolate these players that are just running around like they tried to do last round with Lycolis? Or do they want to go for a bit more of a direct push here, which I feel like they're just trying to get information at the moment. No one's actually pushed in. No one's actually taking space that we can see at this moment. Maybe they're a little bit concerned, but here we go. They're finally making their way through lobby, but the site is storage all the way across, which they're taking their time, and it's already a minute and a half wasted, Xenox, and they're wasting even more time as they go.
I mean, in fairness, they've got to obviously get the information. Tertiary site that plays pretty much at times all 3 levels of the map. And Solodic does get caught by chat. That's a good opening kill. Still plenty of time on the clock. You've worked your way through this round. And with this pick, in a 5v4 on this tertiary site, you can play both bomb sites. You do not have to overcommit for a default plant inside storage with this IT control, but where the kit is currently located does suggest to me they will want to end storage a second and a third, and just like that, Dolphin opt for the gunfights, pays dividends. So they try and spread the map, play into the gunfights. They don't go for the direct into storage play once they got the IT control. They're taking the game on. This is a really solid round from Dolphin.
Yep, they've cut off all the members running around on X-Fury's side. They're making sure that, hey, we're actually going to punish your room here, get your 1v1s. We have those pings, we're swinging off those pings, but now there's still 2 members left. They are off the vert. Oh, Lycolis now back on site, but there's 35 seconds left. Dolphin Esports has plenty of time to figure out where they are. They're opening up the vert, and as you said, I think they'll be looking towards a storage plant here.
There's also plenty of time to still kind of mess this one up a little bit, but not a lot of utility for X-Fury in the last 20 seconds. He's got the 1 gas bay from Lycolis. He's going to go below, try and deny from below. As I said, still with that gas bay can be the nuisance. And as we get down to the last 10 seconds, this is actually something I'll talk about at the end of this round, but it might cost Dolphin here if they're not careful. Killers cannot lose his life here. Getting pinged out. BG does get caught by Sunstrike. Plane goes down, they'll win the round now. It's pretty much impossible for Lycolis. This is where, again, the best teams in a 2v5 understanding the situation, that plant would have gone down with 35 seconds on the clock. You don't want to leave it down to red time, because even though it's a 2v5, all it takes is that planter gets downed and suddenly you're scrambling. And that's how you can throw those kind of rounds. So Dolphin very fortunate.
Yep.
But did all of the really good work at the start of that round. Well-deserved round win. They're on the board 2-1.
They're taking advantage of what they're kind of seeing. I think first round, maybe just warming up. Second round, they tried to isolate like Hollis, just didn't work out through there. But yeah, third round, they had their clear plan of attack. They wanted to go across and then take IT and then clear top floor, go for that vert, which they were able to isolate the people through command and lobby. The aggressive players of X Fury trying to swing out. And yeah, definitely the big thing that I liked is they took their time to drone where the members were, but then, as you said, they spent too long waiting to find their perfect execute plan. Sometimes you need to force your way in and go for that plan, as you were saying as well. So I definitely would want to see Dolphin Esports do it a little faster. They have their clear plan. They just have to execute it. And on attack, it's always dictated on your speed, not what the defenders are doing. But we're going back to primary side of X Fury. They've banned the line, which we did see Dolphin Esports able to shut down some of the roam before, so I think very smart. And then the clash ban from Dolphin Esports, which we didn't really see a clash, so it's a bit of a interesting pick to actually. Obviously, something they really don't like to play against on this map.
Yeah, just the preemptive ban. I mean, clash is very strong, especially on top floor, and it can be very good as well on the tertiary site. Just because of the versatility of the clash with the speed changes, etc., it can kind of move around the map pretty nicely. And then also, you're going to be playing Monty. You don't want to have to then deal with the clash. So even though X Fury haven't played it, it's a good ban. But if you're X Fury and you're thinking, well, we weren't going to play it anyway, then that's a win for X Fury. So it's kind of understandable why Dolphin did it, but it might also then free up a different operator for X Fury. Being Valkyrie, for example, it is a very strong operator for Crit J. He plays it a lot, crutches on it a lot, and it's a very strong operator. A lot of information for the defenders. So, I mean, personally, I would have just banned away his Valkyrie if they're not playing the clash anyway. But, you do that, and then they play the clash, and then you probably feel silly. So it's kind of hindsight.
Which maybe it's something they checked or saw in the previous game. Maybe not. Maybe it's just something they really don't like. Particularly, they're playing the Monty. They want to go, it looks like, for a similar execute that they did last time. Take IT. They're droning out garage or
That's
warehouse.
A good kill.
Beautiful kill, though. And that is the mirror. There goes your C4 as well later in the rounds. But we always take the freebies. That means no one's hiding in IT anymore at this stage. They can just focus on clearing the util, taking the space that they need to then go for the pressure on peeps in rafters here on the Azamu.
And you can take your time on this site. The clock's not as much of a factor. Command server, one of those sites where you're already naturally so close to the site itself. So, with 90 seconds remaining in the round, they've got plenty of time. 5v4, start to just slowly work IT, get warehouse control. You've got this pick, you've got the numbers, put pressure on peeps, but don't give your life away. Do this the right way. You've got the Monty, you've got the Capitao. The Capitao to get the bolts, clear out his position. You don't even need to get the kill. It's all about sometimes just forcing him back to site so you get the control over towards rafters.
Which that's exactly what's
what they've
done.
done.
Yeah.
Really good work.
Beautiful util there, beautiful pressure there. They've also managed to get rid of some of the barb and cover that blue window as we see BG just getting some info. But yeah, beautiful util and team play there. But I think an improvement from last time as well, where obviously they didn't have that cross from IT all through the Raptors door, so then our players died. But wow, okay, Monty taking down Chris with his pistol, and now they're starting to put pressure directly into sight here.
Yeah, we got a game here. I mean, this is a very winnable round, but unfortunately for real, BG just went on a good flank coming in from blue. There was one behind. That was Killers. A little bit too late. Couldn't get the trade. But Hoxlessnet gets rid of BG Man down to Solodic. This is where you want to be playing for your future role on this team. Someone who's been in and out of this main roster, then goes back to sub, has a good opportunity, does get the kill onto Killers. 3 into the round for Solodic, and now in a 1v1 against Hoxless, who does have kit into red time, will have to opt for the plant inside a command. Solodic tries to get him off with footstep, and it works. No longer on it. 3 seconds. At this point, you got to swing. You can't stick this anymore. Oh, he got confused. Oh, no, he got confused. You can't stick the plant with 3 seconds left because you just won't be able to stick it, because as soon as it goes 0, he's going to swing doorway, kill you. As soon as he got off it with 5 seconds left, Spartan, the only thing he could have done was push for the kill.
Definitely, I think a bit of pressure and the fundamentals went completely out the door there. Like, as you're exactly saying the right things as well, which I'm pretty sure the players of Dolphin Esports know as well. It's more the pressure of You're in your 1v1. You're trying to go for plant. There might be other comms going on, but the wrong call. 100% the wrong call in that situation.
It's well played by Solotic. He's played that perfectly with the sound cue bait instead of just swinging the doorway. Really nicely played. A good positioning as well. Forced himself a little bit further back in towards server. Played the server rack. Swung, got the kill without being traded. Saved that round because Dolphin were looking good. I mean, I know they lost the round, but on command server, they kind of picked apart the X-Fury defense and got themselves close enough to stealing the best defensive side on the map. So that's a good takeaway. Again, this is a dead rubber for those that have maybe just tuned in or not quite sure what this means. Both of these two teams have already qualified for Pro League. This game doesn't even technically have a prize pool increase. For all intensive purposes, this is a scrim, but saw enough there in that round from Dolphin to think, yeah, okay, they got good fundamentals. They kind of know what they need to do, and as you kind of touched on, in the pressure moment at the end of that round, yeah, Hoxless makes a bit of a mistake. Those things happen.
Yeah, but they were definitely improving their coordination using their teamwork that they had and learnt from the first time they played against on the command center to the second time, which they kind of had an answer to X-Fury. So it's good to see those changes. We do see the majority of Dolphin esports outside, but BG has a direct answer. And Muncie, what are you looking at? Obviously, they were trying to go for a bit of a rush, but completely went out the door there. Completely unexpecting BG to be prone on those feet holes. But just like that, similar to what happened last time as well, the round might already be over before it even began. Yeah,
I mean, no round is ever over. 3v5. Okay, well, 2v5 makes it even more difficult. But not impossible. Killers does get the kill on to Crit J. And Hoxless just hoping he can maybe get someone to go and peek him down below. But again, this is where the fundamentals are so important for X-Fury 4v2. Play sight, play close angles, force them to have to clear you. You don't need a swing. You don't have to go and check breach. Like if it was a 5v5, it's different, get information, etc. But at this point, give them no chance.
Which Dolphin esports are both isolated as well. One outside, one's above on the vert. Which I do believe there's one rumor of X-Fury upstairs, but I said fundamentals, he's just waiting. He's just playing with his food at the moment. He doesn't need to swing. He doesn't need to go for the kill. He's just waiting for him to swing out on him, exposing himself to so many different angles. So they are playing the patient game. They are, maybe they've had their fun and they're just happy to actually play their fundamentals and show that why they're the better team in this situation.
I don't hate the idea either for Killers and Hoxless being split. I mean, the idea is really, can they both just find one pick each at the same time? Different areas of the map means there's more of an opportunity to find players. If they're both just kind of huddled together at breach, well, you're not going to get anything. And in the end, Solotic got kind of bored. Time was ticking down. He's able to get both of the kills, funnily enough. And I mean, the round was probably done at the very beginning, which is a bit of a shame for Dolphin because, like, that's the end of basement for them in terms of getting an opportunity to attack into X-Fury, get a good test. Both of those rounds were just null and void from the beginning. So a bit of a lesson for them in terms of take your time, drone the map out. They're going to play aggressive. It's a roam site. They're not going to be sitting site. They're going to be at window positions, entry positions. They're going to make it difficult for us to get into the building. You got to be aware of that. And both times punished by X-Fury. 4-1 lead. 5-1 usually is what we would probably expect in a match like this. We're close to it. Go to the tertiary site. Was won last time by Dolphin. We'll see if X-Fury have learnt from their mistakes in that previous round.
Which Dolphin esports, they focus their attack across top floor first, going for the verts. So it does look like X-Fury looking to set up towards that connector site. We see BG opening up the wall. I think more so to put a mirror there, be able to run through. So once again, opting for a bit more roam aggression, taking the fight to Dolphin esports rather than letting them take the space for free, which I think is what happened they got caught out last time in that situation. So, but it does look like Dolphin esports, once again, going for that clear. We see majority of players spawning towards the lobby. But we do see like Hollis on the Legion shotgun, looking towards kitchen, making sure that they can't just walk in for free, take that space without droning first.
And 4-1 scoreline on this map. It's funny because it looks like it's a beatdown. It's actually not. Now, Dolphin win this round, goes 4-2. That's fine on this map. You got to do the work defensively, but more often than not, the best teams when they're both playing this 4-2 half into another 4-2 half is really not that uncommon at all. So if Dolphin can win this round, 4-2 half, go to command server, suddenly then it's 4-3, win the battle for basement, we're all tied at 4-4, game on. So this becomes a very vital round. You go 5-1 down, then you got no room for error at all then going into the second half on your own defense. So this 6th round, this one, so important. Like Coles apparently just gets the melee on to chat. Real then goes down to BG Man. And a too early kill start for X Fury sets them up nicely to close this half out, seeking that 5-1 scoreline.
Once again, 2 members of Dolphin Esports taken out in the first minutes. So not being able to get those refrags, getting picked off, and then letting X Fury fall back here. But Dolphin Esports still sticking to their plan. Sunstrike getting some info here, so still wanting to try clear top floor, at least get a couple of picks here and there. But X Fury, they're happy to play behind the mirrors. They have so much util to play off of as well later in the round. And then Crits is on the Solace. He's getting free information of where the drones are coming from, where the players are actually going towards, letting the rest of the team rotate on that side, which, as we see, Peeps
is
making sure that they're
control.
not. Yeah, they're not giving any space there, and they're not taking any space either on Dolphin Esports side.
Look, it's a difficult map to attack into, and probably a matchup that's still a little bit beyond Dolphin Esport, but 45 seconds left, tertiary site, and 3 players still outside the building. You haven't taken map space. You do kind of just brute force the kill though onto like Hollis. He was droned down over towards that first floor. He was playing around storage, so like Hollis wanted to kind of just play site, play direct, use the shotgun. He gets caught. Now it's a 3v4, but again, even though you're down a player, low on time, it's so difficult to get this plant down. I don't even think you can actually plant storage because you've got no control above. It's still all with the defense, so that means you've got to go control. But then if you go control, well, X Fury are going to know that because they've got so much dominance over towards storage. 9 seconds, they're still just not moving. They're hoping that X Fury will get on the move defensively, slip in towards control. Isn't going to work for Hoxless. Again, they've got everything that they wanted from this round. If you're X Fury, that was played perfectly. Really, really solid defensive round. Gave no look in at all for Dolphin Esport. 5-1 half, and not too surprised.
Which, yeah, 5-1, obviously not ideal, as you were mentioning before, but even like the couple of attacks upstairs in CC, it was brought down to a 1v1 at the end, or 1v2 in the first time as well. So it shows Dolphin Esports, they have the fundamentals. It's just when things slightly go wrong or they have that extra time, I feel like they stumble a little bit. They waste a little bit of time trying to figure out what their next plan of attack is or how they want to recover from the early picks here and there. But X Fury showing the discipline that they needed, making sure that they had a solid lead at the start of the round with their early aggression and then just falling back, playing safely. It's beautiful to see the patience that we see here, but it is the side switch, so this is where momentum can completely switch up. And I mean, Dolphin Esports, they have to win their primary site wherever they are going, which it does look like they want to go for basement here, Xenox.
Yeah, I mean, that's a strange call. But I don't know. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you'll go command server to start. But, I mean, to be fair, I guess you're 5-1 down. You think, let's kind of like bank command server and think, yeah, we probably got this, right? Yeah, you kind of have to think that. So what's going to be the test then? Probably basement. And if you lose this, then you're 6-1 down, and command server's not going to save you anyway at that point, because at most you might win that, then you're 6-2, then you got to go back to basement, which you lost, and then you've got tertiary site anyway. So I guess from their perspective, it's like, let's just try and go for broke early and see, can we win basement, then take that momentum into the command server, then it's 5-3, go to tertiary site, and that ends up being similar to what we just saw for round 6, where must win, you do it, then suddenly the game looks a little bit more alive. So yeah, don't hate this. Curious to see how they're going to play. I mean, you have to play the roam on this. Like, I haven't seen a team opt for a site defense on basement labs for a very long time. Basically, I think maybe since the map actually came out. And then from X-Fury's perspective, they might just think, well, if they're going to play the roam game, we'll go the direct hit. There are issues with that. A lot of it depends on utility. You do have, of course, Vulcan canisters. You've got gas babes for denial. Very quick rotates back to basement. So if X-Fury do opt for a direct hit, they open themselves up to getting vert and also utility denial. And then you're being corralled as the defenders come back to site. So even direct hit isn't always the easiest case to play into. But it has now forced Dolphin back to basement. Like, there's 3 players in basement now, so they're kind of giving up on their own game just off of a bit of pressure towards breach.
Which I do believe the breach wall finally got opened, and they used a lot of util to actually clear that, but it does look like there is vert covering the actual walk-in from Dolphin Esports, so they have to be wary of that. But it does look like they want to go for an execute here. They've got the smokes and all the utils going out now.
I mean, this is really strange from X-Fury. I think this is just not the way you want to be playing this. Like, Colas on the glass, but who are you really looking at? To be fair, now 4 back down basement for Dolphin, so they did still have vert. It's nothing found, though, by Lycolis. To the credit of Dolphin, they've trusted in their utility. Nitrous Cell, Vulcan Canister, Gas Babes from chat as well towards Tank. And gave nothing. So they didn't rush in to go for a stop at the breach with actual physical bodies, because that plays then into the glass. So they seemed pretty switched on. Dolphin Esports that played this well. X-Fury have kind of just gone for a Hail Mary breach play with the glass, which sometimes works, but it's often very rarely utilized. Instead of just playing into the roam game, I'm surprised X-Fury just didn't back in their sheer gunplay.
Yeah, which we do see X-Fury, they've taken the vert again because they've realized there was the player still up there causing issues. So they don't even need more util if someone's being able to shoot from above here.
Well, you could have just done that from the start. I mean, there's no point. You don't need 5 players on breach. Like, the glass and the thermite should maybe, and maybe the Thatcher, right? But like Peeps and Crit J easily could have been on different operators and gone for a storage clear together. It would have been 2v1. Like, they could have played this quite a bit better if you're X-Fury. 20 seconds left, 4v3. Barring a Dolphin Esport collapse, this should be their round. And then they get to go top floor. So this game is back on.
Which, knowing there's the player above, we do see the gunfights going out. There is the kills, leaving it in a 2v1. The plant is going down. Where is Sunstrike? He's aware he's going for it, and he's denied it. That was too close for what it should have been just at the end there.
Absolutely too close.
Like, they should have been able to shut down X-Fury immediately, but I mean, X-Dolphins, they do win the gamble of going to basement just in a 2v1.
It just goes back to what I was saying before. I don't know why they just didn't play that way from the beginning, Spartan. I mean, like, X-Fury are a top 10. They got so much quality. Crit J's an amazing fragger. Like, you don't need him on the fuse outside breach. Like, get him with a gun in his hand, going into the building, playing into the roam game, and they would have won that round probably like 7 times out of 10, right? So the fact that they went for the glass play and tried to do what they did, a little bit disappointing, because I felt like they've just got the strength to be able to take on Dolphin Esport. And you saw that at the end of that round, despite being completely outnumbered, low on time, when it actually came time to run in and gun, they did a superb job and almost stole that round. And Dolphin, I don't want to take too much away from them because they did so much right in that round. Yeah, a little bit nervy towards the end, but it's still a well-earned round win. Now they go top floor, 5-2. Win this into tertiary, and it's back around the world, and we could be on for a good old Nighthaven Labs comeback.
We love to see those. We also love to see teammates blocking rotates. Just a little bit of fun there. But looking at the lineup on X-Fury, they're bringing 2 shields at the moment. So I think they might be looking for a bit of an aggressive push out of rafters here. Seeing how everyone's also spawned outside of the warehouse wall. But Dolphin Esports, they have the wall denial, they have the Cade, they also have the Tuberel to delay even more. The one thing I don't notice is there's no catch. So no Wamai or Jaeger with ADSs to catch any util. But I think Fury's happy with that. They don't mind that. They're happy to just get really aggressive once again with the shields they have in pocket here. We see the Tuberel freezing the wall, making sure that they can't immediately get into sight. But IT will eventually be opened, particularly with the new Thatcher on the board, and Thermite has 3 exothermic charges. It won't be able to get stopped forever, as we see Killers trying to keep it. But there we go. The wall is open, and Killers gets immediately great misplay there from Killers.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do something, right? So, yeah, it doesn't work, doesn't pan out, and you could criticize, but he's obviously just trying to trick the wall, and then gets caught as it blows up. The timing on it, not ideal. But elsewhere, Chap finds the kill onto Crit J. So he's 3-6. Crit J's been a little underwhelming so far in this match for what is one of the star players in the Asia region. Now, 1-for-1 trade, you lose the Blackbeard. Right now, this is a win for Dolphin. I mean, yeah, Breach has opened up. There goes Lycolas. So both shields down already this early into a round with no real benefit gained in terms of pushing in, putting pressure on the defense. It just simply takes Peeps, pushing it into IT, swinging, getting the kill onto Hoxless, playing the Warden. So you do lose a little bit of defensive pressure with no glasses now. You can be a little bit more susceptible. But to be fair, no flashes, no smokes available anyway. Peeps gets another. He's now up to 8-2, and Peeps living up to what is the future star kind of handle. But then immediately as I mentioned that, was his next battle, the SMG 11 too strong for the Mute of Chat. 2v2, 40 seconds, winnable for both.
Sunstrike using his C4 below, nothing connects. So has to come back up, try and help his teammate here. X-Fury aware where he is. Down goes Thing, and Plant is going down. As we see Sunstrike trying to activate the C4, but the Plant is completely down Xenox, and they're completely off-site here.
BG Man immediately gets rid of the Mute. Sunstrike now by himself. They know he's over towards blue. And it looks like it should be 6-2 coming up in favor of X-Fury. I mean, look, not a horrible round. Anytime you lose top floor on this map, it's not great. But at least it's a 1v2. Came down to the Plant. And Sunstrike's obviously going to give it his all. But X-Fury are playing this really, really well. Consulate goes over towards Connector. BG Man pushed outside IT, meaning that if Sunstrike was to go for the kill, he'd have to run all the way outside. He's now actually in Warehouse. And Sunstrike has not been able to find them. Really good play. Doesn't even attempt to get on for the counter defuse, and rightfully so. As soon as he had stuck that, he was just going to get double swung anyway. 4 map points for X-Fury.
It was looking good for Dolphin Esports, particularly when they took out the 2 shields. But Peeps, as you were saying, just able to thread the needle, get into sight without being known, or just on the doorways, able to shoot a couple members, get the man count back down to even numbers. And then I think obviously the Trooper are playing below, trying to go for a C4, hold those vert angles through the doorways or any vaults through the connector side. Smart played, but it does mean your other member, who was Chato, was left outside sight on the blue door there, which they knew exactly where he was. He had a shotgun and SMG 11, very hard to push out of when they know exactly, and they have the long angle ACOGs as well. So I don't know if a bit of misplay there, but I mean, they did everything. They were contesting. X-Fury is just at the end. X-Fury with their discipline, with their coordination and their speed, just kind of steamrolling Dolphins just at the end every time.
Again, we're going to Lair for the next map. That's the pick of X-Fury. Dolphin Esport had a good result on Nighthaven Labs against Sib Warriors. But X-Fury have also dominated on this map so far through this Challenger Series run. And we'll look to make that 3 straight. And then head over to their map pick of Lair. It's been a really, really good performance though from BG Man and Peeps. They've been able to combine for 17 kills between them. Sunstrike has had some success as well for Dolphin Esport. Hoxless 6-6 going neutral. Again, this is a roster that we will be seeing in Asia League, in Pro League. This is a good little early wake-up call. That it's a step up from Tier 2 going into Tier 1. That X-Fury aren't even the best in Tier 1 for Asia, let alone the rest of APAC. There are always levels to these things. They'll learn, they'll get better, and they'll get good opportunities over the next few months. Well, it's not done yet here on Nighthaven Labs, but it does feel like the darkness is looming as Sunstrike. Well, the sun goes out, courtesy of Lycolas. The Glass finds a kill. And now can put pressure over towards Control.
Which they're already right next to side, already clearing the members outside of the middle floor. And as we see, they're also hunting down the members from below. So doing a multi-site and multi-level attack here. But the pressure's now collapsing on Dolphin Esports. There's 2 members now left in games. And the plant is going down. They know where the other member is as well. The smoke can't deny. And like Hollis on the glass, taking down Reels, leaving it now in a 3v1.
And that should be the map. Hoxless will give himself every opportunity. Does hit the headshot onto Lycolis, and he needs to play with pace here. 30 seconds, and it's not even really the full 30. Storage and assembly, so it's split for the defense of Crit J and BG Man, and here comes the death mark. Hoxless' position now known over towards Lounge. Is not going to have really much time. Needs to win the quick 1v1 against BG Man. BG Man pops up, headshot, and it's all done. 7-2 on Nighthaven Labs. The opening map stolen by X-Fury. Lair coming up shortly. That's going to be their map pick. And you would imagine it will be their tournament based on how things have gone so far across Challenger Series. For Asia, and obviously the map we just saw, Spartan, very dominant from X-Fury. Sure, probably not at their very, very best, but it is a dead rubber game, right? So, like, you're probably not expecting the utmost best from X-Fury. Dolphin Esports had some okay moments, but outclassed.
Yeah, no, Dolphin Esports, they're showing a lot of potential. They have fundamentals. Oh, clear? And sorry. Oh, sorry, I'll just finish my point, and then we'll go to a short break here before the next map. But yeah, no, their fundamentals is good. Obviously, that was their map pick, so you would hope to see a little bit better. But they were really close on the map, so it'll be interesting to see how they perform on Lair. But as we'll see, we'll find out in very quickly, very soon. So we'll catch you in a little bit.
So very dominant start for Wait, what was their name again?
X-Fury.
Sorry, no. Wait, let me check my. That doesn't. Sorry, Spartan. What was their name again?
X-Fury.
All right, I'll let you guys get away with this one. 6-7. I mean, X-Fury taking a pretty dominant first map, 7-2, and that was their opponent's map pick. Dolphin are looking pretty rough right now, Spartan.
Yeah, I mean, they put their best effort in. We did see a lot of close rounds, but, I mean, that was their map pick, their confident pick, and now we're moving over to Lair, which is obviously X-Fury's map pick, so my concern is that it might be even more dominant than what we just saw.
It doesn't get much more dominant than a 7-2, Jake, especially with that first half. 5-1 on the defense, despite Lycola's running around on Kavera. This isn't the Fury, or X-Fury, I should say, that we expect to see on a regular playday. They're really letting their hair down.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think that if it were a high-pressure match, I kind of mentioned it in the broadcast, you'd probably see them do some things a little bit more differently. That doesn't take anything away from this match or as if, like, they're not trying. It's kind of just maybe some different strategies or different operators selected. I think that for Dolphin Esport, there were some good moments, but clearly they're just outclassed, and that'll just come with time. The more often they play these sort of matches against this sort of quality of opponent, they'll learn more and more. Like that there from Killers towards IT Breach, going for the Kaid claw trick, but gets timed and it gets opened up and is just in the middle of IT. You don't see that from the top players.
Yeah, and I also do want to give Dolphin a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, of course. We know that they're qualified already for the Asia League, and game day jitters come through when you're playing against one of the big teams. Better get that out of the way now, because I believe you mentioned this during the show, Jake. It's going to get a lot harder. You know, X-Fury, the reason that they're here is that they haven't had the greatest performance in the previous years of Blast. You know, the far cry from the greats of when they were going and qualifying for international events. They've been knocked down a peg, and if Dolphin can't even hold a candle to them, Spartan, do we expect that Dolphin will be able to compete with teams at the very top level of Asia, like your Weibos, or in the past maybe even your Elevates?
I find all those teams have very different styles as well of how they like to be aggressive. Like, they all are aggressive, very aggressive, but they're aggressive in different ways. So my concern is if they struggle with one player, they're going to struggle with all these other team plays and team styles as well later on in the pro scene.
Yeah. Okay, so first map in the book, 7-2. We've talked it to death. It's time to get into the second game, which is going to be Lair, now Xenox. Lair, one of my favorite maps personally. Fantastic map, but we're not expecting Dolphin to have much luck here. What do we expect out of the X-Fury guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to probably have a lot of expectation after some of the things we saw, I guess, on Nighthaven Labs. Do they just kind of look to try and lock things down, make it difficult, try and just get the job done, go to bed early, or do whatever they want to do with the rest of their night? Or do they want to experiment, have some fun? So it's going to be one or the other. I think that Lair's going to probably throw a lot of the same kind of curveballs and issues for Dolphin, depending, again, who's on defense first. Because if it's going to be X-Fury on defense first, and it is, you're thinking about like top floor Lair, for example. It's going to play similar to like top floor Lab. It's going to be very difficult to kind of attack into, break down other sides, to then play more into the roam game. And again, you kind of probably back in X-Fury if they actually play that properly. So I'm almost expecting somewhat of a repeat of what we just saw on Nighthaven Labs.
So, Spartan, one thing that we talked a little bit about before you guys joined the broadcast earlier with Cthulhu and Vinny is, obviously, we're into year 11. We've got the new season started. We might see a bit of Solid Snake. I can hear the game's just started, so I'm going to cut off my point completely and say that we're getting into it. It is Lair for map number 2. Spartan, Xenox, please take it away.
Yes, James. And I think that for me, if we see Solid Snake, that's when you know X-Fury is probably having some fun.
Yes, I reckon
Dolphin.
That is the case. Or Dolphin as well. I mean, it's always the time to try out different strategies that Solid Snake might be a part of. And particularly, I mean, Nighthaven Labs to Lair, they're both very large maps. So I think having Solid Snake there to potentially clear out some of the rooms and the aggressive rooms that we're constantly seeing, it might be quite a solid pick.
I saw what you did there. That's very cheeky. That's very good. I like that. Yeah, I think that, going back to what James was talking a little bit before, as we get the bands Deimos with the Grim and Kaid Tachenka. Tachenka's very good on top floor. Lair makes it very difficult to push in, go for plant over towards Mask. But I think that if this plays the same as Nighthaven Labs, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, oh, we do see the Solid Snake. Well, for now.
Hey.
For now. Can get, of course, changed, but looks very nice in game. I will say, I want to be a little critical. The logo just doesn't blend in nicely with the other logos. Like, it's a bit... There's too much going on there.
It is very, like, this is Solid Snake. You can't really get it confused with any other thing, but I don't know. It does feel a little extreme. I do like the exclamation mark. It is a classic Solid Snake. But yeah, no, I'm intrigued. Like, we were just talking about, it's immediately put in potentially round 1, and I don't see any operator switches either. So they're obviously prepared and planning for this top floor attack here.
I mean, to be fair, this probably, well, I mean, this site, I don't know if Solid Snake's maybe the best one. It depends if Sunstrike wants to kind of go for more of that roam clear below, put pressure on that first floor, then yes, the way that the gadget kind of works, it really can help facilitate entry positions, right? So I think that for me, that's going to be how it's used, especially when you think about other sites on this map. And Nighthaven Labs is, again, another decent example where, you know, you think about basement sites. Solid Snake can be used as an attacking operator, kind of just pushing through, getting information. Anytime you can get an information gathering kind of tool in Rainbow Six, it's usually going to be quite strong. And Killers gets caught at the window, and the Pokeball from Crit J to finish him off, the opening kill for X Fury, and he doesn't even get to use that Lion Scan. And so a big loss already for Dolphin Esport.
But this is what we normally see from crits. Like, he got shut down in the first map, but already opening up the kills, contesting players outside the building, making sure they're not safe. And there goes your second member, the person trying to potentially go for that refrag. Your Finker immediately gone. No more health stims, no more nades. And he's still looking for more. So we love the confidence. We love the thing. And we saw Peeps also there playing around, going around. And they have Vert underneath obs as well. So making sure that they can't even enter from both sides, top and below, and completely double swung there from below and the side, and another member also on obs.
Oh, nice shot from Sunstrike. Sunstrike's had been hitting some good shots in this series. Again, like the way that Crit J is playing this on top floor Lair, you very much can play that kind of bunk up. You can hold mezzanine position. You can make sure no one can get even close to site, deal with the breaches depending on the operators available. Tachanka is a great example, again, where you kind of bring that sort of operator. You're just looking to defend site, deny plant. You don't need to go for kills. 4 kills for Crit J and make that the ace. It's the most anticlimactic ace I think I've ever seen, because the game doesn't really matter, but he's played that perfectly. And he's also played that in a role that really, again, top floor Lair, you don't see dominate like that often.
Particularly a visual below. Usually you like to see the Valkyries or C4s often, but the visual with the boss G as well. Just taking down 3 from the same angle, the same vert, and he wasn't really contested to actually, or even tried to be cleared, which they had Solid Snake on the board. I would have used that. Obviously Vigil can hide a little bit from it, but I mean, X Fury, they didn't even have to move from their positions to be able to win that round.
No, yeah, I mean, that's just, again, the one thing I'll say is it's a similar site to Command Server on Labs, where you probably more often than not, as the attacking team, not going to win it. So if you're going to get aced and you're going to have a rough round, at least it's on that site. Now we go basement. Now the roam game. This is where Crit J is just going to double down on the Vigil. I mean, he did it on the previous round. So now he's going to certainly play into it here on the Vigil roam. He's already over towards top floor. And so this is where for Dolphin, it's like, what were the lessons learned from basement on Labs? Because it'll play pretty similar in the sense that if you're going to go and try and go for the roam clear, here on Lair, you've got to drone well. You've got to get information. So Hawkless on the Lion. I want to see maybe some early Lion scans. At least 2 out of those 3 should be used in this first minute. Get people into the building. Get boots on the ground. Try and deal with the roamers. Drone game important. That's why Peeps is on the Solace. Deny it with the Solace. And make it difficult with the Vigil. So these are why X Fury are selecting the operators they're selecting. But Dolphin have still got to try and find their strength in information gathering.
And the next step also, obviously, they have that info. If they collect it, they have to use that info to actually get the kills. So not lag behind, just actually go for the kills, which we see. They've got the default cam still up. Peeps and Crits working with each other. They do get the refrag, so bringing it back to a 4v4, but Crits with another answer, and Zelotic with another coming to help the roam game, and it just keeps going downhill for Dolphin Esports.
The Killers knows where Crit J is towards Armory, but there was one pushing close. And Crit J has been taken down, and there is the close player and PG Man. So he crept up, and this is the benefit of having the extra numbers. So even though Killers knows where Crit J is, gets the down, it's irrelevant because BG Man's now pushing you. You don't even know this. Dead. 4v1, and looking at a 2-0 start, Crit J is putting this Boss G to work. The Vigil has been so impactful in the opening 2 rounds of this map. And it feels like I don't want to say foregone conclusion. It's a bit rough. We're 2 rounds in, but when you take into account the first map and how these first 2 rounds have been won by X Fury, it is a very, very difficult task now for Dolphin Esport. Got to win bunks and briefing.
Yep, the tertiary side, this is their only real opportunity to get back in, because as you like to mention as well, then if they lose the tertiary, then they have to go up against the primary side upstairs, the secondary side again, which they were completely dominant on, mainly because of crits. But, I mean, the rest of the team were always putting pressure and swarming where Dolphin Esports were occurring, where they were entering from, which, I mean, they do have the wall directly outside, but I mean, we know they're going to be playing vert, and we know they're going to be running around and make sure they can't take any space across the map. Dolphin Esports, they have to go for those refrags, trying to play a bit closer together if they have a chance, any chance to actually make this round work.
See, attack a repick, so they bring Hoxless onto the Blackbeard. They need to play into these shields that are available because they haven't been banned out by X Fury. The Deimos ban is very common on Lair, very, very strong operator. Like, Hollis has taken some damage. I'm not sure, actually. I think that might have been from the Dockerby in chat because I did see him reload at around that same time. Like, Hollis trying to place these EDDs. But, yeah, play around Hoxless. He's already into ops. Who's with him, though? Because right now it's just a solo push. He's got killers. Okay, so play together, use the shield, sweep across, get this top floor control. Like, Hollis is now down, by the way, but has, though, been traded. Crit J 9-0 to begin here on Lair. And think back to Labs. I've mentioned at Spartan, he was like 3-5 or 3-6. He was playing some operators that were a little bit more on the defensive side. Wanted to see him be more aggressive. X Fury didn't play that way. They didn't play the gun game way. Now he's just said, screw it, I'll do it myself. And you see the strength in this guy.
Yep. Absolutely dominant with his roam, with his aggression. And he knows all the tucked angles, all the ways to swing out, as all of the pro players should, but he really does it to perfection. Peeps taking down Real as well, so there goes your ace. No more hard breaches or different ways to actually attack upstairs, which we still see 3 lurkers upstairs, if not more. All 3 members of Dolphin Esports are trying to clear the top floor here, but the patience we've seen in X Fury, they've been quite good in Night Labs. Here, they're obviously being a bit more aggressive, but still, now they've got the man advantage and they are just playing together upstairs with the room, making sure that they can't progress, but they're not giving away free kills either.
I mean, this is just grim. It's just completely grim. And they had the Lycolas down at the start, if you recall, but he got revived and Crit J got that kill onto the Dockerby. So, yeah, naturally, the one instance in the round that maybe looked beneficial for Dolphin Esport got overturned. Now you're 2 players down, under a minute left. Your Blackbeard's low, so he can't get too aggressive. That is a wonderful swing from Peeps, by the way. Sunstrike didn't even have the chance to respond. Peeps has shown his quality so far in this series. Now, Lycolas, who was on, like 10 HP, will lose his life, and Crit J will go double digits. Headshot with the Boss G from above. 3-0 start on the defense of Lair on the map pick of X Fury, and they're looking very dominant, and we might be in for a very, very quick series.
Well, I think Crits has 11 kills now, so he's almost got 70% of the service kill in the last thing, and they're all been on the Boss G, so I mean, if I'm planning to ban any operator, I would be thinking Vigil if you want to really target ban. But I mean, at this stage, there's a lot of other issues that Dolphin Esports have to think about, actually even getting into the actual map, and then how they're going to progress past that at this stage.
And you go into Master and R6 now, which we didn't even get to see this site, which is a very good bunker site on Lair. It was Crit J got the ace in the opening round and just ran absolutely rampant. And I mean, like, I understand why you banned a Goya, but at this point, I just banned the Vigil. I put some respect on Crit J. He's just absolutely destroyed you. 11-0, running around with the Boss G, and you don't ban it. I mean, sometimes you have your systems where you're banning operators, and usually that's the case with your first two bans. So the Kaye, Tachanka, by banning those two, you actually do create some vulnerabilities on this top floor, which you didn't get to see because Crit J ran rampant. He then runs rampant again in the next round, and then the round after that. And suddenly it's like, oh yeah, let's just ban the Goya. But it's like, this is the one instance where it's like, yeah, ban the Vigil, get this guy off the Boss G. Because he's 11-0, and they don't do it, and he immediately plays it again in this fourth round. And if he gets like another 3+ kills in this round, you just look silly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason why Crits wouldn't pick the Vigil again. And as we see, he's continuing his aggression. He's looking for a potential run-out spawn pick, waiting for it. But is he going to get picked off on the stairs? I guess we'll find out. But nope, the team is aware. They're on the cams. They know who is around. He is spotted out, but I said Dolphin Esports, they're taking their time. They're concerned, even from outside the building, if they can even walk close to the building with Crits around.
I mean, even just his sheer presence inside of the building just makes it almost an unnatural thought of the Dolphins, where I think, do we even want to enter, but you kind of have to.
Yes.
They got a bit of ops control, but again, to be fair, Master and R6, again, similar to the top floor on Labs, you don't need to get it quickly. I just lost the Blackbeard again. Like, these shields have not been able to push into the building successfully at all across both Labs and now Lair. So that's something they can take away from this. And you learn the most in your losses. You learn far more from your losses, and hopefully for their sake, this is something they can take away. I see what he's done there on the wall.
Yeah, we'll just...
Shield play from Dolphin has got to improve going into Pro League. You've got to be able to have your shield players be able to successfully get into a building and not die straight away. We saw that with Hoxos to begin, then Sunstrike did the same on the Blitz. 3 in this round now from Peeps. He gets to have a bit of fun, and it's the only reason why Crit J hasn't killed anyone is because Peeps has just now kind of emulated Crit J, and yeah, top floor again does not get tested at all. 4-0 coming up.
Yep, just completely outside the building. But as we see, they're all just running out trying to have some fun. But
and Crit J gets the kill.
Crit J gets the last one. Yeah, I feel like Dolphin Esports, they have to go back to their fundamentals on clearing Lair out here. With your shields, like, there should be no way, which we've seen some of the Dolphin Esports player ADS on their shields when they have a member behind them that can help, and help engage first before pulling out the guns. But it's just miscommunication, things aren't working. They have a fine lineup, it's just figuring out how they're going to actually deal with Xfury, mainly Crits and Peeps at the moment.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, 12-0, and good shots from Peeps. And again, Dolphin just didn't even get a chance to, contest site, try to go for Mez control, get ops control. They just, it's difficult to watch, unfortunately, but what they'll need to do is watch this back. They'll play again tomorrow in the lower final, and that game will actually matter in terms of money. So first and second get the same prize pool for those that are unfamiliar with the Challenger Series structure. Of course, again, both of these two teams and Arrival 7 have already qualified for Pro League. But what this means for Xfury is they guarantee the max prize, and it means then for Dolphin, they'll play Arrival 7 tomorrow. And then that will be for second place, which does have a difference of about, I think, $1,200 between second and third. So hopefully for their sake, they can walk away from this Challenger Series going into Pro League and really break down these games. Really look at what were the issues against Xfury. Shield play, not great. Time management, not great. The ability to create pressure, not great. What were some of their strengths? Honestly, at times, especially more so, I guess, in the opening map, was actually their gunplay. Wasn't that bad. They weren't that far off it. Like, they had some good shots. When they could get into good positions, they made the most of it. It's just a matter of, can they get into those positions more regularly? Sorry, Seventh Heaven.
Seventh Heaven, yeah. Not a rival Seventh Heaven, yeah. But yeah, they have their strategies. They know what they should be doing. They just don't know how to get to the final stops. But Xfury, they're playing just flawlessly at the moment. So they can play with their food a little bit. Stakes necessarily mattering too much on this. But I mean, their aggression and they're still aggressing together as a team, always swinging together as a team, causing issues together as a team. It's just that experience and that coordination that they've had with the practice that they've had as well. But we're finally seeing first kill on the board goes to Dolphin Esports here, and they're getting aggressive with the players here towards the backside.
I mean, they probably get an opportunity. Like, they get 2 kills, right? But this is a classic case of, like, CritJ and Peeps just being on such a heater that they're just going to run at you. And finally, Dolphin have said, all right, let's let them run at us, and we'll be ready for it. And they get the 2 kills. Lo and behold. And, you know, and that's why you don't really see at the top level, like, the way that Peeps and CritJ have been playing, really all that often, because there's far more of that respect, because they'll know if they're just going to be trying to run outside the building or go for super egregious shots and plays, the top players are going to punish them. Like, you're not going to play the way that CritJ's played against Weibo. It's just not going to be possible.
Absolutely.
You will get your head ripped off. And finally, Dolphin have kind of understood that, and they've sat back a little bit more in this round. They benefit, 50 seconds left. It is still a 3v5, so and Sunstrike is low, Hoxless is low. Pressure is still up here despite the 2-player advantage. You cannot let that time dwindle down. Very winnable round.
See, which Sunstrike just survives with the last of his luck right there. Lacolla's left in a 1v5, but Dolphin Esports, they get around, but it's, I don't know, I think on the back of Xfury, maybe throwing it through C4s and just running at them. Yeah, I don't know.
His nitrocell, and then so like, okay, that's fine. It gets shot, and then he gets shot, and at no point within all of that happening could he actually get the kill. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, 1 on the board for Dolphin, but yeah, that was a very much a thrown round from Xfury, right? Like that's them having fun. That's them just absolutely deciding, screw it. We're having too much fun, and that was a round where they had too much fun from both CritJ Peeps at the start with their aggressiveness. BG Man just completely trolling at the end of that round as well. Outnumbered, well played from Dolphin, used the numbers that they had available, swarm site, and pushed at a good time remaining in the round as well. So it was 7-2 on Lighthaven Labs, 4-1 here on Lair. I mean, let's be honest, if Xfury just lock in, they could win the next 3 rounds straight. We're done. But if they're going to continue to have fun like that, it will give Dolphin a little bit more of a look in. 5
seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, but I think a little bit of false hope for Dolphin Esports here. I mean, it does mean Dolphin Esports with their fundamentals are able to deal with that over-aggressive, maybe not caring, ranked style gameplay completely fine. So they at least have those fundamentals down-packed. But obviously, Xfury having fun here. We can see it. We can see it. Even like Hollis got to pick up his first kill, I think just because everyone else had been killed. So finally getting something on the board, but we're going back to well, we're on the tertiary site, so keeping the rotation going. Happy to keep holding upstairs, which last time this was a near flawless round once again. Dolphin Esports, they're bringing the shields again. Can they get in without dying? I guess we'll find out. But I see there's a clash on the board. He finally got off the vigil.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on to the clash. It's like the complete opposite. I mean, you can be aggressive with a clash like this. Just sit outside, be a nuisance. Credit to Real, still trying to find an angle to find a pick. Wasn't able to do so successfully. 1-for-1 trade. You get rid of the Blitz and Sunstrike, so that's a win for Xfury. BG Man playing the Ala. The Griswold Mine's already placed, you would imagine, so not really a whole lot lost. It's a win for the defense. Again, just got to get these shields in, but now you also have to deal with the shield on the other side in CritJ. So that makes it even more of a nuisance. And do you have the capabilities to deal with this clash? In terms of utility, not really. I mean, you've got killers with a couple of frag grenades. Peeps losing his life of the water. Close though, Solotic shotgun, but gets traded immediately. So now Dolphin have the numbers until like Colas gets active. Foxless, shield vs shield, and a headshot found from CritJ. 13-1 and down to just chat on the Twitch with just over a minute in the 1v2. Gritche is a little susceptible in health, but being on the Clash and with his shield still up means he will be difficult to deal with. And just tucks himself in. Oh, this is a cheeky little spot.
Wow. I don't know if you can place the shield. Obviously, he's looking for it.
He doesn't even need to place the shield. He can just stand in there.
Yeah. And Shadow completely across the map as well. Okay, they have moved back, so they're both now watching the same thing. Double stacking, we like to see. But, 40 seconds left. Shadow offside, and there's a clash that they have to deal with. Yeah, it's a near impossible ask here.
But you still got to give yourself a chance. Give yourself an opportunity. You do have a smoke you can play off, and Shock Drone too. So you had time. I feel like you could have utilized that time a little bit better in terms of his drone usage, get the information. Timeout, by the way, requested by Dolphin Esports. So as we go into the halftime break, they'll extend it with the timeout. Drop down, does get the kill onto Crit J, but now you've still got to get the plant down. Just searching, though, for the kill instead, which is honestly the right play at this point, and almost actually got pretty close to it. Just didn't fully check this angle. You can see him actually kind of give it the half check, and everyone knows what that's like, where you kind of check it, but you're not really checking it properly. You're just like, oh, look, I'll give it like half a second, but I'm not really expecting him to be there. 5-1 half for the second map straight for X-Fury. Dolphin will take a timeout, and then we get into the bans.
Which, it's 5-1. It should have been 6-0, but X-Fury having some fun. Dolphin Esports, interesting time to take a timeout, but this is probably the best time to take it with everything that's been going if they're throwing away the first half. It is Lair attack, which can be a little difficult, but 5-1 obviously still not a great showing. Not what they really would have hoped for, but side switch, this is where momentum can completely switch up as well. But my concern is, we saw last map with X-Fury, how they got aggressive and coordinated, pushed in when they needed to. It's going to translate directly onto this Lair attack here.
Yeah, this top floor defense from Dolphin, do they play this the fundamental way? If they get access to the Tachanka, like I want to see them play the Tachanka, bunker down, control mezzanine, be an absolute nuisance in terms of being pushed back. This is where you've been given a chance. Okay, the Alaban is honestly irrelevant. Don't even worry about that. Losing the Bandit, not ideal, but you get the Kaid. And yeah, this is a good lineup. Mira, Goya, Azami, Tubarao, Kaid. You go Master R6, you lock down, you say, you're going to have to push site. We're not going to give you anything. We're not going to overpeak. You're going to have to deal with the breaches. You're going to have to deal with the utility. You're going to have to try and get mezzanine control. All of these things, all these checklist things, you basically saying to X-Fury, deal with them all. So this actually should hopefully be a really good round to watch, because if Dolphin actually play with conviction and they also play with good patience, they should be much more difficult to deal with from X-Fury's perspective.
Definitely, and they can play, and there's always the fall-offs, like if they go through obs for the attack, you can fall back to the 90 of Mez, holding your long angles. They do have the mirror there as well in display facing towards Mask side, so if anyone's opening or pushing through the breach, we've got that long angle through there. So they're all setting up towards that obs take, but my concern is X-Fury, they have the 2 shields. We've seen them use before, and that's actually a really, really good pick on Sunstrike's side. Able to take down crits, the top frag that we were seeing before. There goes your Finker, there goes your extra boost, but they still have the 2 shields they have to be careful about, and we've seen them abuse the shields time and time again.
And this is where we can hopefully get a good shield display from Lycolis. And, well, speaking of display, straight through display with a bit of help from BG, man, and he gets the headshot onto Killers. A couple of trades going out, and the pistol from Lycolis shoots Shadow in the back. And just like that, side over 1. There's still 2 minutes 12 on the clock, Spartan. It's a 3v1 on the top floor of Lair. Very strong defensive side. And even with the operator selection of Dolphin, they've still just been picked apart. And that was also with the opening kill onto Crit J. Sunstrike continues to show good poise in this series, but it's a kill that probably won't change the outcome of this round. I mean, the plan's down and you got double shield. Win this, and you're going on a highlight reel somewhere.
For sure. It's could be near impossible, particularly with Monty as well. Monty's so strong in the post plant. They are trying to play a bit aggressive, trying to toy with him because get bashed, but this is just cruel to watch.
Are they going to try and kill him in the barbed wire? He's going to try and push him back into the... Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. That's such a bully play. Double shield, just pushing him around the barbed wire. What a nuisance. Look, the disappointing thing for me in that round, it's not the fact they lost it, it's just the fact that it was, again, another total beatdown, even though they're playing top floor with the right lineup. They brought the right lineup, the right idea. X-Fury still just absolutely breezed past them. It'll be a repeat. Do they change much in the lineup? No, right now, Miragoya's the same. They do have the Tachanka available, and they bring the Frost. I don't know. See, like, when you make an operator change, you got to be thinking, well, is this going to be a difference maker? I think something like Tachanka maybe would be. I don't think Frost would be.
Which Dolphin Esports, all their util was facing towards Obs, and then X-Fury, they decided, hey, we see all that set up, let's just go display site, which then the shields were free to enter. And we saw a lot of roam game on Dolphin Esports underneath Obs as well, so all the members kind of caught by surprise, particularly Killer. He was playing in the middle of the site and had no idea that they had jumped, or that he wasn't prepared for the members to jump in display and bathroom at the time. So maybe they're like, hey, if they're just going to be aggressive again, the Frostments might help. But I mean, there's so many other picks, particularly with like Denari on the board. You can always be a bit more laser gate. It makes more noise, it makes more things, but I mean, X-Fury, they just picked their execute and just completely ran through Dolphin Esports here.
So match point, it was 7-2 on Nighthaven Labs, 6-1. Looking for the 7-1 victory for X-Fury. Look, there's been, if you want to try and find the positives for Dolphin, right? It's very difficult in a 7-2, almost 7-1 beatdown. I think Sunstrike's had a very good performance. I think that at times Hoxless has also looked pretty decent. So even in a 7-2, 7-1 beatdown, you've still had, 2 to 3 players somewhat perform. Had some moments within rounds that they just haven't quite been able to find ways to win. At times they've been able to get actually opening picks in the rounds that they weren't just completely decimated by Crit J. Look at the shield play difference though. It's a great example where everyone watching gets to see the shield play from Dolphin in the first half, then what like Horse was able to do just then. Kill onto killers, down onto real. Now it's suddenly round over. That is the difference here, is the quality is just too much of a gap between these two teams.
Yeah, the pressure that those shields can bring, and actually the speed as well of taking the space, not being afraid, just going, hey, I can outfrag these people with the pistol. That confidence there, that's just so significant. And
very clinical.
Without unexpected, nothing unexpected there, but I mean, a beautiful showing on what X-Fury could do. And I mean, a lot of learning points that Dolphin Esports can bring.
Well done, X-Fury. They got the job done, 7-2, 7-1. We kind of expected that, James, didn't we? Coming into this series, that was probably always on the cards.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I expected a little bit more of a fight today in general. All of the games that we've seen have been extremely one-sided. I didn't necessarily think that we'd see a big fight put up against X-Fury, knowing their pedigree, knowing what they've been able to achieve in the past, but it doesn't get much worse than that, and you guys were saying it. Like, the opening round ace on the Boss G with Crit J, he's picking the Warden every round, they don't ban it against him, and it just gets worse and worse.
I mean, the Vigil.
Not a good look here.
Vigil.
Vigil, sorry, what did I say?
You said Warden.
Same difference. It's bloody rank star business is what it is. It's absolutely, yeah, here it is. You get to see it here. Crit J farming with the Boss G. I believe at one point, Spartan, you said it looked like ranked, and unfortunately it really did.
Yeah, no, it was a little bit rough to see. They had, like, X-Fury had complete map control on the defense. Dolphin Esports, even though they had the shields and the util to actually get into the building and actually contest, they would just completely stop. I don't know if they were afraid to take these fights or just a bit of miscommunication, but I mean, X-Fury, they had the answer to everything that Dolphin Esports brought.
Yeah, look, I hope that we'll see more out of them. Xenox, come the actual league itself, come the Pro League, come APL, but Dolphin Esports have a long way to go. Realistically, though, you look at what APL is going to look like in the coming stage, and are there teams that these guys can compete with? Obviously, Seventh Heaven, as you mentioned, which they'll get a chance to now get to go fight in the lower bracket final. But outside of that, we're talking about a league that has the new Elevate roster, which is completely different, by the way, to the old one. Weibo, who obviously are the kings of the region. Your Daystar, who went to SI. Your current New Fury as well, which is a brand new roster. Your Soul's Heart, and of course 6-7, or X Fury, I should say. Realistically, do we think Dolphin Esport are just relegated to the bottom two, Jake, or do you think they have a chance at battling with some of those teams?
I mean, realistically, right now, as of today, yeah, it's bottom two. But it's about the mindset of the players and the team in terms of their desire and want to improve. You take these losses, but you've got to also take the learnings. Like that's the biggest thing you can ever say to teams when they're getting beaten up 7-2, 7-1. It's like, yeah, this sucks, this stings, but if you just walk away, do nothing about it, guess what? You're going to get probably a similar result next time, and maybe even worse against the better teams. But there's a lot of tape here to look at and say, well, where did things go wrong? What could have we done a little bit better? And honestly, in quite a lot of the rounds, even though it's a 7-2, 7-1 beatdown, it's just small things. And so if you can just work on those small things and take this as a learning opportunity rather than walking away and just being like, oh, we suck, we're not going to be able to be as good as these guys, whatever, at least we made Pro League. Yeah, you're not going to improve. So take the right attitude, take the learnings from the loss, and there is every world in which, maybe not this stage, but by the end of the year or going into next year, you can then start to compete.
Yeah, so here it is. The upper bracket final has finished off. X Fury, or 6-7, taking down Dolphin Esports, sending them to the lower bracket to play against Seventh Heaven. All of those three teams are qualified already for the APL Spartan. But let's just put that lower bracket final in the back of our minds for a minute and focus up on 6-7, or X Fury. Of course, this team has been with that old Fury organization for a very long time. And then after many, many years representing that organization on the international stage, at majors, at Six Invitationals, they now go at it alone, orgless, with a roster change as well. What do you think they're going to look like for this coming year? Of course, it's going to be pretty competitive in the Asia League. You've got teams like Daystar, teams like Weibo, of course, that old Soul's Heart roster, the new Elevate, the new Fury. Do you think that this X-Fury roster will be able to compete for those spots at majors?
I definitely think it is a possibility, and I also think now that they are orgless, they have more things to prove if they want a bit more backing, but then also just to prove, hey, we were the better team, we were the superior team to the new Fury roster. So I think they have something to prove and really show the rest of the league that they can actually make it all the way.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, Jake, we have tomorrow, of course, that lower bracket final, Dolphin versus Seventh Heaven. Any expectations going into that one?
Not really. I mean, probably Seventh Heaven, just off of what I saw tonight. But if I'm being honest, I'm sure X-Fury did the exact same thing, which they did to Seventh Heaven. So it might be a close one. Might be a good one. And with a little bit of money on the line, it should be a good one.
Yeah, that's a big thing, isn't it? Tomorrow, our games will have a little bit more money on the line because, as you said, the prize pool for first place and second place in the Challenger Series is the same, but second and third, that's where it differentiates. So tomorrow we have, of course, all the lower bracket finals for the Challenger Series coming up. We'll kick it off with OCE, and, of course, that's a chance for teams to flex their muscles a little bit. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them on stream today. Second up, we'll have the most important game of the day, inarguably, which is APAC North, and it's not just because I'm biased towards Japan. No, it's because that game will qualify one team into the APAC North League, and one will unfortunately fail to qualify and be relegated to Tier 2 for this foreseeable future. Then, of course, we'll culminate in the Asia League. I believe I've got you guys for... Which one of the shows have I got you? I've got you first, at least some of tomorrow, don't I?
Definitely APAC North.
Yes.
I think. Yeah, that's that one's locked in. And
That's
then
the
it's about
important
figuring
one.
the other two. But we'll be there tomorrow, don't we, James? Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining me tonight, guys. It was a real pleasure getting to work with you too. And thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow for Challenger Series and APL. I believe we kick off at 1:30 p.m. or 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. I'm sure that if you guys follow the Twitter and follow all that, you'll see all of the updates. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.